Hello, everybody, and welcome to another BTR stream. I'm your host, Lev Polyakov, and once again, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to go to our Patreon, all that good stuff, and we have a lot of very interesting guests for you today, including some potential guests for later on from all of you for reading the astrology chart. So we're going to have Michael Scotto. He's going to come back at 7:30. He's going to be with us. He is going to be reading the charts of Martina Markota, small follower, who is a newcomer here. I'm very happy that you're here. And Terrible Tau. And after that, we have Hotep Sophia. And after that, we are going to allow all of you guys to participate in this by sending us money, by donating to the BTR stream. Whatever you donate is going to show up on the screen. Frog McCarthy says this is not what Jesus wants. No, Jesus wants you to donate to the BTR stream so that we can grow bigger and stronger and beat everybody else. So the idea here is that you would donate through either streamlabs.com/LevJules, which you would see in the lower right side, or you can donate via Bitcoin or Ethereum, and the link I'm going to post right now in the chat, but it is also available in the description, both the Streamlabs link and the description link. So before we get to Michael Scotto, who's going to be joining us shortly, I would love for Small Follower to tell us a little bit about himself. Why are you called Small Follower? What your origins are? Go for it.
Yeah, I think the reason I'm on the stream is I think it's through Geo, and I'm in the Twitter circles of I don't even know what that form of Twitter is anymore, but it's like a million different bombed out communities that just associate with people. But I think the most relevant stuff that I've done is I work with Sam Hyde for probably, I don't know, since like 2015 or 2014, off and on. Like I edited all of Kickstarter TV the first season, and I've done a lot. I lived in and worked at Sam's whole place for like 2 years and a few years before World Peace, and yeah, and I've been, and you can also see me on Justin Murphy's podcast. Nice. And Tech Wars by Kantbot, which I think Gio's been on. Were you on Tech Wars? And I think you were on.
I was on both. Yeah, that's
you're on both. I haven't made it on both. I don't know if it'll happen.
I was on Tech Wars, Suitcast, and well, we won't talk about that. But yeah, I was on a lot.
So were you on the original streams or something with him?
Oh, I was on like one of the first Justin Murphy.
Oh, okay.
The first one, yeah.
I've been I think I've been on Justin Murphy 2 times, 3 times. But yeah, I mean, and on Twitter, I don't even know how I describe myself on Twitter. I'm definitely not like a normal person on Twitter at all. Yeah. I kind of try to intentionally have like no thematic, no consistent sense of what I'm doing. I mean, in my personal life, I study a lot of Aristotle and Neoplatonism, but I don't really necessarily tweet about that. I usually tweet like, I'll say like poop and toilet. Like that's what I'll tweet.
I'm going to end it today.
Well, this is why I'm a big fan of La Monkey. I think I resonate with La Monkey much more than any other meme that has ever come about. But also, I would like to get into Neoplatonism. Would you consider, if you have not done so already, reading St. Augustine's Confessions? Because I think that is where he talks about why he moved from Neoplatonism to
Christianity.
To Christianity. I'm not sure if there was a Manichaeanism before Neoplatonism or after, but he dabbled in a lot of different things. Like, I know I don't want to go too much in the weeds right now with religious conversions, but Gio, do you know why exactly St. Augustine moved away from Neoplatonism, if it could be described in like a short way?
Well, it's been a long time since I read the Confessions, but basically
didn't his mom encourage him to be
go?
He was like a big mama's boy or something.
Well, yeah, but it was also like around that the peninsula he was in at the time. where Manichaeanism, which is like arguably a form of Platonism, Gnosticism, was gaining popularity. He, I forget, I hope this isn't revealing me as a Sude, but I guess we're all Sudes nowadays. It's been quite a while. But essentially, he realized the sort of pitfalls in the Gnostic worldview as going back to the beginning of creation and how, if there is this dichotomy between a false God and a true God, would not the perfection of God itself, which is promised through Christ, would that not entail a unity at the heart of being that wouldn't allow for sort of creation to become this botched, abominable thing? And also, there was a lot of moral teachings as well. Like I say, it's been years and years since I read the Confessions fully, but essentially, that's the part where he talks about his early conversion to Christianity through a more like coherent and complete worldview. And of course, there's various other arguments against the heresy of Gnosticism. One of them primarily being about the nature of God and Christianity itself. And when you are to bifurcate those two beings, it entails a certain level of metaphysics, a dichotomy that in itself admits almost like a destruction of the Christian worldview being completed in Christ. So that's why it's a heresy. People think heresy is bad, even though heresy is bad in the sense that it misleads people. But it's not so much a moral judgment as an error, as a canonical doctrinal error.
Well, I think I've been going through. I've been reading Proclus's Elements of Theology and Proclus's commentary on Euclid's first book, and this book by Stephen Gresh called I think it's Eriugena to Pseudo-Dionysus. And
that one. Yeah.
I think the one thing I would say is true Neoplatonism, I don't even think has an issue with what you're talking about, because like Proclus says that he actually doesn't have the Trinity for the one. I think it's kind of beyond what I understand right now, but I believe there is a Trinitarianism to Proclus, at least. I don't know if that's and that's why I'm sure if you know about the Stephen Gresh book, that Pseudo-Dionysus, who was a very important early theologian, turns out basically just took the Elements of Theology from Proclus and in certain parts literally just changed like the word henad to angel.
Yeah.
So, or like the one to God. So
it's like Thomas changing Platonic or Aristotelian dialogues instead of the gods, the God. Yeah. So it's kind of the same level.
And I don't think anyone really, I think I was reading this with this secondary text on actually the Chaldean oracles. And I don't think anyone figured out that this happened to the Pseudo-Dionysus until like 400 or 500 years after the fact. So
interesting.
But I'm sure Gnosticism definitely has a lot of problems with doctrinal. I mean, if you can even say there's one form of Gnosticism, but
yeah, and there's that debate. Like, I mean, I was talking about this recently with Joshua Maxwell on Twitter about the nature of the Gnostic Young and the challenges for me as a LeBase Epic Treadcast, being such a heavy follower of Young. Of course, there's people like Stephen Hollier who say that Young's schema essentially is a Gnosticism, which I can see the validity of that, especially when you dive into the Red Book, when he talks about Abraxas and his various visions of different Gnostic-inspired entities. I think that it is interesting because Gnosticism is something that I would argue, well, this isn't me, this is, Eric Vogelin. It's so prevalent nowadays. Everywhere you go, there's some form of secular Gnosticism driving the heart and the edge of a lot of like.
I will argue against this point. Inspired by when I've been getting into the commentary on Euclid, which Gnosis, at least for Proclus, I would suggest anyone to read Proclus's commentary on Euclid, because in the prologue for it before you actually get to the direct commentary of each axiom. He really, in an extremely compact way, goes over like the really, really, really important parts of Neoplatonic thought and Platonic thought in very like precise and compact terms from Proclus. And Proclus is like probably the second most important Platonist after Plotinus.
Before I move on, I wanted to ask about Hypatia. For those of you guys who know about what happened to her, so she was someone who was beloved. We're both like Martina. Do you know about Hypatia?
Yeah, of course. Actually, it's really funny. I used to have an alt Facebook account back in like 2010 that was called Hypatia of Alexandria. Yeah, man. I studied math, so.
Oh, but no, I should make this point because I skipped the point. But I disagree with Gio. I don't think we live in a Gnostic time. We live in a was it Dionysus? A Diagnostic time, like it, which is the, again, it'll go on and on and on, but which the Diagnosis is below the Gnosis, and it is the understanding of understanding sameness and otherness, and like which is mathematics, and it's like all of the projections of the soul into the material world, which is like all of mathematics is underneath Diagnosis, and like I would say all like mathematical control and like systematic positive philosophy that I think is very important to like that's like all the panopticon is all Diagnosis. It's like, I was tweeting today because they call Proclus calls it the second world order is Diagnosis. So I was like, the new world order is the second world order, and it's like but I actually don't. I'm not into those conspiracy theories, but I thought it worked nicely.
It is true to an extent. I think like, Vogelin, he was simplifying it for rather it's the secularization of a Gnostic theme, at least a nominal sort of template, where a lot of millenarian political ideology that came out of the 20th century after the quote unquote death of God has this sort of fundamental perfection that they're trying to achieve. Even modern like identity politics has an element of the like you said, the second order lower forms of Diagnosis, where it's like I'm not like, I mean, you could guess like the controversial topic, I am not my body, I am whatever, right? So I think that's it seems to be the current Zeitgeist. I don't know, I thought we were going to talk about the fucking disastrous.
Well, speaking of heresies,
debate we had last week, but I don't even call it a debate. But
yes, well,
by the way, did you introduce Martina?
And
we have Martina. We have Sir Carl Cox. We have Terrible Tao. Very good friends of mine. All good friends of mine. Good friends of the show.
And we also have Jay Wills in the chat who said Lactatia of Alexandria.
Lactatia.
Was it Hypatia or Hecate that got beheaded by the?
Well, Hypatia
she was
got
beheaded. Hypatia was like basically dragged on the back of a chariot, like.
Oh, yeah.
She was a mathematician. Very like wise thinker for her time. If you can imagine.
I think Moreau has a paint. Gustave Moreau has a painting of Hypatia getting dragged. Yeah. Drag her, queen. Drag her.
Drag her. Sorry, I'm sick, by the way, guys. Hopefully I don't have coronavirus. I had the flu the other day and I'm still recovering. That's why I look like shit. Like, look at this nose. Like, so you're getting like the flu vibes from me. This is
here's the thing, Martina. You are so fucking beautiful that no matter how sick you get, even if you get leprosy, you're still probably gonna look good.
You should get leprosy. I love that. It's such a biblical old-timey design.
Knock on wood. I saw an episode of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure recently where they were in this shadowy world, and there was this lady who had leprosy with a baby, and it was just like all popping, like the boils are popping. It was gross.
One of my favorite album covers is the Death album cover for their album Leprosy, where it's like this elder leper, and off the distance is like the biblical village. Amazing work.
Nice.
So check out Death, R.I.P. Chuck Schuldiner.
But in regard to Hypatia too, and I think what Small Follower was also getting at was something more about what you guys talk about, the philosophy and shit. But as far as math goes, I studied math at university, and for me studying it, I saw it as a part of philosophy, as something that was more abstract and trying to like understand the way that God built this universe and understand it through this like mathematical way. And math is far more abstract than people understand once you start getting into like upper level math. It's not like so clean cut. But I found it shocking that some of my other classmates who were in these like upper level math classes, that they could be atheist and they saw math as like proof that there is no God. I'm like, I don't know. To me, it like shows how complicated and interesting this universe is. Studying.
This is why Platonism will win.
I think that girl on TikTok is right. I think math isn't real. Math is a spook. But I just because I'm terrible at math. There you go.
It's not. I'm gonna prevent my complete like spazzing out like autism of like explaining the classical grounding of mathematics, but mathematics to Proclus would be completely hypothetical and axiomatic, so that it's not pure like highest. It's completely intermediate. It's not the purest highest form of knowledge. It's like so. It shouldn't bring you to God. I'm sorry, Martina. It'll keep you an agnostic.
Studying math?
That's what the Platonic answer is. I'm sorry. It's the
Platonic
dogma.
Well,
I don't have any control over the Platonic dogma. It's just what it says.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is like a human thing. I mean, we created it, but it's our way of trying to understand like an abstract thing, which I think is interesting, because there can be things in math like, multiple dimensions. There's like dimensions to the nth degree, and what is that IRL, like what, because everything mathematically everything graphically or algebraically can be represented graphically. Like they all it all coexists, so it's like, well, wait a minute, if that exists like mathematically, then like what does that mean for reality?
Well, what about astrology? Would that be something that you could show mathematically that it works?
That's interesting. I mean, as far as like alchemy stuff goes, obviously astrology is like in that, but I see it as a science for sure, but like I don't think that people have like, I don't know, like how to describe it. It's not as like concrete. People don't see it like as a science, but as you start to see the connections in the world and all like the little connections, it starts to make sense. I actually do describe it like calculus, because if you like understand calculus, like, okay, instantaneous rate of change, it's how function works, and this is like what that is. You can start to understand you're driving the car, and how acceleration works, and it's a derivative of a derivative, it's, like what that is, and so you can comprehend it in a different way and start to notice things, and you go, oh well, if I kick a ball, I can understand the arc and how that happens. So you can manipulate the real world through your understanding of calculus. And if you don't know calculus, sure, you can live, but you kind of are living just like bluntly in the world, just like moving along and existing without really noticing things. But I feel like astrology is similar, where sure, you don't have to know it and it doesn't really affect your life. You can live and die and have a whole full life. But when you do notice things, you can start to kind of piece together the how it fits in the web together and kind of learn how to manipulate through that. So
people have tried to run mathematical models through astrology, but the problem is it's math nerds who aren't really open to a lot of things, but they have done it, and some of the results are actually pretty surprising as far as I know, but they still have to go with the whole framework of like pseudoscience and things like that. So yeah, that's
yeah, it's unfortunate our scientific establishment the way it is, where it is a closed group of people that wouldn't really want to make anybody at the party feel awkward. So if somebody does have a certain inclination, if maybe there's something more out there than this being a dead machine, they're certainly not going to express it, or else they'll feel ostracized. So I wanted to get to and Julie, we have Julie Farron here. She says astrology is a soft science. So and Henry Lee, who says astrology and sacred geometry are one and the same. Welcome, Henry Lee. And he also says literally the most practical science. So Henry and Julie, we are at an impasse with the two of them. And now I wanted to quickly bring up what was going on in the Cuties video. So
Oh
this
my god.
this video, oh boy, this video that I decided. Okay, so after we did the live stream, which was just
It's
called.
a good thing I'm wearing my Conicello before we
is.
talk about this to ward off the Malocchia, the evil eye.
Yes, and by the way,
But in
everybody.
Italian, it's also a symbol of vitality and virility. So hopefully, if I'll ward off evil spirits while attracting. Maybe when we do the Eat Girl stream, it will be more helpful to me. So we'll see about that.
Well, while you're warding off the evil spirits, I'm going to ward on the subscribers. Guys, you got to help us grow. Please subscribe. And also, today, like I mentioned before, for all the newcomers out there, we are going to be taking donations for astrology reading. So if you want your astrology to be read, all you have to do is go to streamlabs.com/LevJules. You can see the link over here on the lower right corner. You can also see it in our description. Or if you have cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Ethereum, you can go to that link as well, which is in the bottom, cryptocurrencycheckout.com. And I'm going to be posting both regularly, so there is no excuses for not finding these links. And one other thing to make it even more fun, we are going to do it as an auction. So whoever gets like the top 5 people, they're the ones who we're going to do. Everybody else, Michael's going to do later, but not on the stream. So the top 5, they are going to be the winners. Anyway, looking at the results of this video that I decided to post from the Cutie stream. So the stream itself was just called Free for All Friday Cuties Edition. You know, it got good scores as far as YouTube videos go. But this one, where I clipped 2 hours or 1 hour 15 minutes talking with Mr. Girl of Cuties and Uncomfortably Honest Review. This one, this video, it got 3,236 views. It was posted September 12th, so that's how many days? That's like, it's not a lot of days at all.
3 days ago.
Yeah, 3 days ago. It got 33 likes. And let's see, guess how many dislikes it got. Let's see who's closest. Who's not aware?
Ratio's got to be terrible, man.
I don't know anything that happened in that stream. Do you want me to guess if I'm not aware?
Yes, guess.
I'd guess. I'm guessing from your reactions that it would not be positive. Let's say 200 dislikes.
How many?
Okay, he says 200. Small follower says 200. How much do you say, Sir Caller Cox? Unless you looked at the video.
Dude, I mean, it's probably 10 to 1, so 300 dislikes maybe.
I was going to say 150, but yeah.
Okay, small follower is the winner. It's 242 dislikes.
See, the power of diagnosis is with me, okay? I know the proper order of knowledge, and I'm wise.
Definitely. And Julie says that she saw the film Cuties yesterday. So, Julie, let us know in the chat what you think about the video.
I watched it.
Okay, what do you think about it, Martina?
Yeah, we can go there, sure. I mean, I think that, like, okay, it was definitely targeted, everything about it, we'll get into it, the whole pedo thing, right? Aside from that, their reasoning, what they're saying the target audiences would be for someone like me. A woman, it's a coming of age women thing, and I was like, okay, let me watch it. I'm a dancer myself. So I feel like I know the dance community a little bit more than people. I know the whole kids dance troupe thing a little bit more. Not that I did that shit, but I get it. I watch it. I'm all dance moms. I get it. So I was like, okay, are these conservatives being a bit like extreme? Let me see. Let me check this out and give it the benefit of the doubt. And I watched it and it made me feel ill the entire time. And I was like, all right, I feel kind of bad for giving it the benefit of the doubt. It is pretty bad. However, by the end, every single shot, the whole thing, every scene was about sex. Everything was about sex throughout, from start to finish. The scenes were a bit much. It was all very like gyrating, focusing on the crotch or booty or whatever. There were scenes where they were even trying to exorcise, because the Muslim mom and grandmother were trying to exorcise the fucking demon, the whore demon out of her, right? And so
red pill.
Yeah, they were actually. So they were trying to exorcise the whore demon out of her, and even that scene was sexual because the shot was, you don't see the mom and grandma right away. The opening shot is of this little girl just getting like, looks like fucking squirted on, and you're like, oh, like what the fuck? And then they pan out and it shows that it's the mom like exercising, and then she starts gyrating and like twerking and stuff. It's like, it looks like she just got jizzed on and now she's twerking. Like, this is bad, you know? And by the end of it, by the end of it was like this feeling of, okay, that was all meant to make you really sick, like the movie Kids or whatever. It was like meant to kind of go down this really bad rabbit hole. And that was like the point. In the end, it's like, yeah, it was like society is so bad, you know, like look at this rabbit hole, like what danger it is. So I get that, but it was very unnecessary to do all those things. Like, it was a bit much. I think you could do a lot more storytelling without like all those shots, like, honestly.
Well, Julie Farron says it was good. It doesn't promote hypersexualizing of young girls. Exactly the opposite. It's about sexual repression, shows the extremes. I think the question that we were getting to during the stream, specifically with Mr. Girl, was whether it was worth it as far as all those, like, they had 700 kids who were auditioning for this thing, and to exploit them on the screen. Like, it's like, I remember somebody gave the example of making a snuff film in order to show how bad snuff films are. Like, what is the point where you would say, no, this is too much to kind of
and I would agree. And I would agree. And that's why I was like giving it the benefit of the doubt and kind like defending it in a sense without like watching it first, because I was like, you know, and even when I did watch it, I do get the sense that it was meant to show you how bad it was, you know, and going down, it made me really scared. It made me scared to have like a daughter. It made me really scared, like, holy shit, you know, like what kind of rabbit hole, you know, I could have gotten into. Thank God I'm old and I didn't have internet back then. You know what I mean? It was like really fucking scary. So it did that job, but it was definitely unnecessary with the way that they did it. Yeah. And like what you're saying, to what point do you make that point, you know?
So
like how much effort do you go through to make that point?
I think like the difference being is that Harmony Korine and Larry Clark films, like whether it was Kids or Ken Park or Bully or Boys Don't Cry. What did he do? Boys Don't Cry. Like Gummo. Like those were, I think, more like semi-independent films that were more for like a niche art house audience. They weren't really meant for like the masses. Right. Like, yeah. But then later on, Kids will become like the film that, you know, when you're a bit older, when you're like in your 20s, you like see it because it's shocking. But yeah. But I don't know. I mean, you can't. But I mean,
there's a difference. There's a difference between kids and doing fucked up shit or whatever, where everyone pretty much across the board could go, "Oh, that's fucked up. That makes me uncomfortable." This was the type of thing where it would make most people uncomfortable, but the danger of it is that for a small group of people, it could turn them on, you know? And it's like,
but it is really crazy how like a lot of this is driven from pop music, and how nowadays a lot of it is basic, like the most like basic thing, gruel pop music is like very like sexually charged, but it's not. I don't even think like people care about. It's weird. It's almost like people don't even care about lyrics anymore. It's just because it's a thing. I mean, I guess they do whenever there's like a protest song or whatever, like that recent Taylor Swift song. But it is really crazy because I think like people, when I was a kid, this was like the millennial like helicopter parent thing about, oh, what is your kids watching? But back then the media was like 10 times more. I don't know. I could just be doing like, oh, everything was better in the 90s because I'm a millennial. Yeah. But it was quality shit, like Johnny Bravo and all that stuff. Like I remember, like, like stuff that we watched, even the edgier stuff. Like I used to stay up late at night and watch. I don't know why it's having a revival now. Shows like Clone High and stuff like that. You know, even I don't know. I see Clone High memes everywhere. I don't know what's going on.
Well, Clone High, I like that show because that was a show that this.
You watched that? I thought only Canadians. Like,
no. I watched that show because this was a show that I was watching with this girl right before we started making out in the dorm. So I have good memories of that show thanks to that experience. But anyway, I want to announce quickly, we have people donating right now. So we have Mimi Bear 97, $1. Thank you, Mimi Bear. And we have Concrete Bowl, $10. So Concrete Bowl, you are currently the champion right now. You are currently in #1 place. So let's see if anybody can beat Concrete Bowl to #2 place, and let's go for that. So everybody, don't forget to contribute for your for your astrology reading today with Michael Scotto, streamlabs.com/levjules, or you can go to the cryptocurrencycheckout.com. I'm going to post all of them right now in the chat, and you could use like your Bitcoin or Ethereum for that donation. Anyway, don't forget to subscribe, and that was just the bit that I want to say there. And we got Mega Beastie Bros just subscribed. Thank you very much, Mega Beastie Bros. I really appreciate it. So, for those who did not speak about this topic of cuties yet, Terrible Tao, who's also going to go first because I know that you have to leave sooner than everybody else after the reading. But do you have any thoughts?
I think just generally this year, there's a lot of, I feel like the theme of the year is a lot of people are forgetting what they were supposed to be pretending. And I think I don't know, I think the cultural equilibrium has gotten to a point in certain areas that people just kind of forget their pretenses and accidentally do something that they thought wasn't that bad. But there's like everyone's watching, and especially with this being on Netflix, the way they were advertising it just looked like, there's that other show Glow, or what was that, or like they're making it seem like kind of like a normal ish, or at least from the like ad copy of the images, they just made it seem like a normal movie or something. So something they thought was not that big of a deal is something normal people actually think is, disgusting, and they just forgot, or they forgot the sense of what's what. And I think they just got caught off guard. But it's representative, I guess, of where things have gotten, and just how pop music is now, and I'm sure everyone knows, what I mean. But yeah, that's my take on it.
There was an interesting image I remember of this girl going to the Ariana Grande concert. She was together, standing like right next to this armed guard. I think this was after the whole terrorist incident that happened at that concert. And there is something about that image where I'm not really sure what exactly it is, but it's like this used to be somebody who would protect these children in the civilization. And now there is just like this clash of cultures happening because we do live in a globalized world, and what exactly that's going to bring. Because like when I look at the culture of the twerking and all that, it's not the same culture as it was like during the 50s, 60s, even 70s. Like sure, you could say like Elvis was gyrating his hips and all the girls were going crazy, but like I don't know, I wouldn't necessarily like those girls. They were still, I don't know. It's difficult to say, right? Like was that the limit?
Dude, even the movie Dirty Dancing, right? Dirty Dancing, I think it was mild compared to the fucking twerking nowadays.
Oh, it's not the fucking Jersey Turnpike. Like you're not watching an episode. You're not
Here's
watching
some Porkies, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten significantly worse. So whatever.
But yet there's less sex. That's another interesting thing, that there used to be, like, I really feel like the boomers kind of nailed it as far as, like, if you were reincarnated as a boomer, you got to eat all this sugary cereal in the 50s, you got to take drugs and, participate in rock and roll concert in the 60s, then, in the 70s, you got a little bit of pep in your step with all the, and then, same thing with the 80s. And
and by the time you're ugly and AIDS comes around, it doesn't even matter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because you're already married, so you're not even going out anymore.
Yeah.
I feel like in older movies too, you can just tell something's different. Like it seems like almost they haven't figured out what hot is yet or something, but they'll be very beautiful or very attractive, but almost in some different way. And the characters will actually like flirt with each other in a way that seems a lot different.
Oh yeah.
But now I feel like we've figured out what's sexual more.
Yeah.
Like we've really, really figured that out, and now everyone's really jacked and has really nice bodies, but they're not as beautiful, or they're not as like, I don't know. It's not. They're not being selected for the actual, I don't know, like the social act of like flirting with someone, or I don't know how to explain that, but
I don't know, this is all like middle class paranoia though. Like this is all like
I don't know about that.
Entertainment, just like commercialized entertainment in itself is just like bad, and it's like we shouldn't. You're dealing with a losing battle if you think that like commercialized entertainment should be the education for like the masses. And like
that's a great
complain
point,
about like we complain about like like it's maddening how like all people like freak out on the left or whatever of with like you have to have this form of representation in film and commercials.
Right.
But it's like
we do the same thing.
Why fighting over commercialized entertainment? It's not going to like stop pacification of like everybody through entertainment, regardless of how like hard
culture industry
is still like acidic to just some sort of like actual good development. It can only just like not be bad or just be very entertaining and good at making people escape.
But I think what like Terrible Tao was like the point to what got me like going in my head from his comment was like, back in the day, like if you watch like a romance scene or something, it's like it was genuinely really like romantic. It was like that moment before the kiss. There was like
but you should never learn to be romantic.
No, you shouldn't learn.
You know what I mean?
No, you shouldn't learn. But if I'm sitting there watching,
but I mean,
movie,
just like you shouldn't.
If I'm sitting there watching a movie,
find anything about love in like entertainment.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What is Cal saying?
That's not what I'm saying. But if you're watching a movie with like your fucking parents or something, and suddenly, okay, makes sense. There's a love scene, blah, blah, blah. They're doing a thing. It's romantic. And then it cuts to. Nowadays, they don't fucking cut to. They go, it's like porn. And it's like, you're going, okay, you ready for it? Yeah, I am. Okay. It's like, wow, they just showed them entering. Like, wow, like that was on. Okay, this is embarrassing. Like,
okay, so here's one example.
My fucking mom here.
This is a playmate that I really like posting for some reason. Joyce Nazari. She was a girlfriend of Hugh Hefner's, and she was also a girlfriend of Frank Sinatra's, interestingly enough. So I see much more sexuality in this photo than I do with all these hyper extended butts and lips and all this stuff that just seems like it's like really sugary candy in comparison to fruit. You know what I mean? It's like it's become a homunculus rather than something sexual, where people who are just used to seeing certain features so accentuated over time and certain sexual acts, like it's like they've lost the receptors to appreciate something much more subtle, yet what I think is much more powerful. Like, Sir Cox, would you agree, looking at this?
Oh yeah. I mean, right-wing Twitter or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right-wing bodybuilding Twitter is just all on, like we've literally lost so much sensitivity to everything because of the hyper availability of porn. I mean, you just go on your fucking Twitter profile or the timeline, half the time it is porn. So it's like, it's just, I mean,
fucking anime girl.
I have since gotten rid of those follows, but I mean, I look over at my homies and they're like, yo, look at these tits. I'm like, what? Why? Twitter's like kind of more than just your porn receptor, bro. Like there's websites for that.
When I was in college, speaking of like completely no like sense of anything, I would hang out with this group of kids who ended up stop hanging out with. But can you hear me at all?
Yes.
And they would just show who they fucked. Like they filmed it, and they would just show like who they fucked, and it was just sharing like who you fucked, and everyone
like those threads on 4chan, like threads,
I never got the balls to be able to be that like desensitized to it, but and it was all I don't know, it was that, but I mean at the same time it's like it's outside of I get the feeling that cultural criticism and criticism of sex, I just feel like it's just completely outside of anyone's ability to control. It's like if you have a friend who loves someone who's bad for them, there's nothing you can do to make a person like change from something they're sexually attracted to or like love without dealing with like very high level societal or moral change. You can't ever like go one like you can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? So I almost like I just like forgive it. Like, okay, and when I was there, like, yeah, I definitely wouldn't pass around a phone of who I fucked last night to a bunch of people. Like on this show, we're just like, oh yeah, like, well, pull up, Lev, pull up the video of me fucking last night. I wouldn't do that. But it's like you just got to forgive everything. It's completely irrational. You
Jamie,
can't control it.
pull up.
By
You have something to say?
by the way,
How you have something to say?
before I introduce Michael, I wanted to ask: is that sex tape of We All Know Who, is that real? I still
No, I don't think so. I don't think
no.
so.
Okay. So let's move on from there. I just wanted to confirm whether or not, because things were going around yesterday on Helios' stream, so I wasn't too sure of what exactly is going on in the world anymore.
Hardcore.
I'm finally, after talking shit about him for so fucking long, he finally blocked me. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, well,
I try to be
we've all
nice
had
to him.
around.
I don't like being mean to him. I think, I don't know.
No.
No, that's good. That is the way that I want to be
Best,
too. I mean,
it's best to
he was the reason.
It's best to move on. And
That's true. And I just want to say, like, he was the reason why I kind of got into this whole thing in the beginning. So I really owe him that, and I only wish
never
peace.
meet your heroes.
Yes, well, I always wish peace upon everybody for us to just all calm the fuck down. But anyway.
I met a lot of heroes on this stream, so I've been pleasantly surprised.
Well,
Cal, you had something to say. John Pelich is one of my heroes.
Yeah, I'm Gio's hero. That's what he's talking about. He's talking about me. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I guess I'd say it's. I didn't mean as in something needs to be done or lessons learned. When I look at media from past times or old movies, I just try to pay attention to what, I don't know what other word to use, but what accidents. But it's not an accident because they're not. But they wouldn't know how time is going to progress, and it's interesting just to see what the way they're acting or the way they act that's different in ways that they wouldn't have, I don't know, that they're not even paying attention to. And there's lots of times where they'll have a movie character who's supposed to be the hot girl, and it'll just be someone who's like, are you sure? And it's not that they're not unattractive, it's just that it just feels like they have a nice dress on and they look nice.
Well, here's the thing. If you read a book, the girl can be as hot as you want her to be, or she can be ugly. You can make her look any way you want.
Yeah. But I think but at that time that's what they thought, and their time is no more legitimate or illegitimate than ours. And it's interesting to see the ways in which they're different on accident.
By the way, this is
whether it's good or bad. Yeah.
This is what Joyce Nazari looks like now. I think
she still got it.
Yeah,
I guess,
she aged. She aged pretty well. I think we can all hope to age just as gracefully. And her daughter raises alpacas now. I found her on Facebook, and I really want to bring her on the stream to talk about her mom. Anyway, let's go to Michael Scotto, man of the hour, or 2 hours. So Michael is going to be taking everybody's reading. I've sent him the info of the people who submitted it who are here in the panel today. So Terrible Tao, you're going to go first because I know that you have to leave soon. So
sure.
Can I go second? I didn't know that the stream was starting like relatively late. I have after.
No problem. You're going to go second. And once again, for those who are not aware, if you donate, just like the good people that you see on the screen over here on the lower right-hand side, you will also get to have your fortunes read. But if you are not one of the top 5 people who donates, then it'll have to be for tomorrow or another day that's good for you and Michael, and it's not going to be on the air. So in a way, this is kind of an auction. Whoever gets the most, gives the most, is going to be on the top. Anyway, Michael, let's go for Terrible Tao's reading.
Can I get a screen share?
Yes.
So we can take a look.
Every time I said this last time, but I really love these streams because the depth from which Michael goes in, it's almost a pervasive form of like psychic or like spiritual nudity in a lot of ways. It's really fascinating. Whenever someone gets read, it's like their whole being just it's like they're posting nudes on the timeline.
Oh,
Boxing your soul
nervous.
to
Dude, I love the depth that these go in, but I also consider the natal charts mostly tendencies, depending on unless you're like quadruple fire, like your ascendant, your sun, your moon, everything turns into something like mine is. I think those turn into more than just tendencies. But I like to see a lot of the personality traits as tendencies, and I think it helps so many people.
I don't want to ever say anything bad about astrology when the astrologer is here, because I feel like he'll tell me I'm gonna die in a fire or something. He'll switch something up. So I don't want to do anything. Astrology works. It works perfectly well. It tells you everything. It's precise. It's science. I mean, it is. It is science. I mean, I'm not. You get it.
Wow.
I'm very interested to hear John's astrology chart. I think that there's going to be some very interesting shit there because John is people don't know.
Thank you.
Oh wait, hold on a second, Michael. Actually, we have to get rid of people's what do you call it, locations and all that, so that we don't see that. So send me the image, and I will.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Oh, you came like in the hair.
If you have to get rid of locations, you can, and it's gonna take a bunch of time. You can do me first, because I don't care.
Yeah, me neither.
What do you mean locations? How can people see locations of us?
It's because your birth. You need
really
the
a
birth
doxing
city.
stream.
Yeah. Okay. Terrible Tao.
so-
I'm going to edit that out. Don't worry.
That's I trust you. That's
I don't. To be fair, I don't think anyone could do much with your birthday. So
no, not the birthday. The city. Just the city.
you're not
The
gonna get
city
your
you were born in. That's all.
social security hacked or whatever.
No, I just the
no.
city.
Yeah, the city.
Well, I filed my taxes with my astrology chart, so.
As much of a face poster I am, you really can't give my actual name out and stuff. So.
Okay, so here it is, and I'm going to spotlight this video for now.
Thank you for
There you go.
humoring me.
Man, it's all over the place. Oh,
Okay, so I'm reading the terrible Tau here. So 5:37 p.m. right?
Yes.
Okay. March 1st, 93. All right. So let's see. So first off, this is a very other person oriented chart. So it could also be, you could say this is almost like the chart of like a therapist sometimes. Ooh. Or so when somebody has the sun in the 7th house, that means that a lot of their life has to do with living it out through other people. So I know like both Freud and Jung had sun in the 7th house, as well as my teacher in astrology also has sun in the 7th house. So when you have the sun in the 7th house, it's like so important for you to have other people in your life, or like, because you're actually like recovering your identity through the 7th house, which is other people. And then the other thing would be, it's a Pisces 7th house. So I wouldn't be surprised if you had a lot of friends or people in your life that were either spiritual or on drugs or drinking a lot, or didn't know where they were going, or kind of maybe spoke in terms of hysteria, like big grand gestures might be one thing.
Pisces subhumans.
Pisces
No,
what?
No, I was checking. The Pisces subhuman species.
The Pisces subhuman, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a wide range of Pisces. So also it could mean, by the way, a lot of
I'm kidding. I'm not
a lot of Pisces will say like I'm the victim a lot. They're always like, well, this is also kind of true for yourself, because it's your sun, but it's in the 7th house. So it's kind of like saying you are a Pisces, but you also recover your Pisces by having other people around you. Pisces,
yeah.
Right. So yeah, Pisces. A lot of people who have Pisces are like have really vivid dreams, or they kind of feel like life is a walking dream. They're very into spirituality. They're into astrology. They're very like attuned to things.
Yeah.
So the other thing here would be that you have the let's see. You got the moon in Gemini, but it's actually in a square.
An exact square.
An exact square here to the sun, which is kind of like, well, first off, it could be a lot of agitation, like emotional agitation, like I can't get satisfaction, or I can't align my my wants and my needs, and they're always in conflict, or maybe like potentially like going over the top, like egotistical. So there's like kind of an imbalance between your emotional state and like your ego state, and so you feel one thing, but like egotistically or self-expressively you want to do something else. The other thing here would be, but when you have the moon in Gemini, it's like a constant need for like stimulation. So you learn one thing and then you're like, no, actually I want to do that thing. It's almost like the emotional placement of ADD.
No, that's why I'm on Twitter. You know?
Yeah. So Gemini rules communication. So it's an emotional need for communication. Like just like general chattiness, if you will. Like even like small talk a little bit. Also a disposition towards education. Not necessarily like university education, but just more like learning like little tidbits here and there, and combining them. And then also, by the way, in a male chart with the moon in Gemini, that's the woman. So that's either the mother or the girlfriend is Gemini-like, very ADD, change their mind, hungry for information, taking two stances of an issue. Maybe a bit of duplicity. They say one thing, but they really mean another thing. So yeah, then you got the Mars in Cancer. So Mars in Cancer is kind of like, so Mars is like how you get what you want, or like your aggression, anger, sex drive, and it's in Cancer. So it's there's like a very family-oriented masculine energy, like protection of the family, protection of my people. Also highly sensitive. If you think about it, you actually have, you have 3 water signs going on if you count Pluto, but and with the Mars in a trine to the Sun, there's a lot of water going on. There's a lot of sensitivity, a lot of emotionality. So I would also say, especially like modern day age, men are not allowed to have feelings. So this is definitely something that is annoying, that you're not allowed to have feelings, but you have a lot of feelings, especially with the Mars in Cancer and the Sun in Pisces, like double there. If you, I would also say though, for you in terms of, assuming you're dating women, I would say the more sensitive the girl, the better here, because you have the Mars in Cancer and the Sun in Pisces, so you like personify like what she wants, essentially, which would be nice. But I wouldn't say, but you have some kind of, you have a little bit of weirdness or eccentricity as it relates to romance. So
he's an incel.
Yeah.
He needs
I'm sorry,
he needs a total emotional wreck in his life, in other words.
I think if a girl starts showing up and just starts crying for no reason, that would be a good fit for him.
Oh,
he's got the BPD astrology.
BPD and ecstasy, conceited with low self-esteem.
I'm sorry. That's me and Tal. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just joking.
Well, but it also, it also helps his own emotional sense come out. And by the way, with Sun and Pisces in the 7th house, it's kind of like he's emotional, but he lives out his emotions through other people.
So us making fun of him is okay. We're all in the clear.
It's okay if you're like part of his quote unquote family.
Ooh, so it's not okay that I just did that.
We're all family on Twitter.
But Gio's making it cool. Gio's stamping the approval, so it's family.
Oh, this is like the Olive Garden. When you hear your family.
Yeah,
Well,
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, he likes the all.
It's like was it in all Infinite Biscuits?
Well, hold on. So,
Sorry,
but
Zach.
he does love to fight.
Uh-oh.
So on one hand, there's the emotionality, but on the other hand, he likes a good fight, and he could be pretty direct. Like, want to fight, bro? Like he's kind of into that, especially like he can kind of come out of nowhere. Like he can just change his stance about fighting. He prefers like sports and any kind of like athletic, competitive activity, this kind of stuff. Yeah. So anything like that. I don't know if it's like into like online gaming or something, but if he is, he probably wants to get a couple of headshots.
So I played sports in high school, and the intramural situation in college just wasn't. It just wasn't working out there. Just the seasons were too short. So as soon as I got good again, it was the last game, and it was just too frustrating. And I used to play video games a lot, but I gave it up for college and never started playing again as much. But I definitely fight a lot on Twitter. I feel comfortable among the Twitter barbarians, but I also probably tweet sometimes like a teenage girl or something. But that's part of my power, and I scare people.
What video game did you play? Did you play Counter-Strike?
At the time, it was just the stuff that everyone was playing, like Halo,
okay.
Call
Counter-Strike is like
Modern
the
Warfare,
elite.
Modern Warfare 2, and
video games like Counter-Strike is like the 4chan of video games. I think if you play Counter-Strike when you're like a kid, it kind of messes you up. But you also like are really good at video games.
Oh, hold on, wait! I just noticed.
It's like when you go to Live Leaks and Best Score and all those sites when you were a kid as a millennial. So.
Yeah.
Hey, Hotep's a
Rotten. How could I
Welcome.
forget Rotten?
I remember there's a site called That's Fucked with a PH.
Oh yes.
Oh,
yeah.
that one. E-fucked,
E-fuck,
chaotic.
I was just about to say that one's still around.
Crazy shit.
I went to Italy 2 years ago. My roommate was a mod of Watch People Die.
And
And
I used to go to that site.
we would walk to like into this Italian town. He'd be like, "Oh, have you seen this gore video? It's like where a Mexican criminal cuts the guy's eyes out." And I was like, "Oh no, I haven't seen it." And then we'd like eat a half a chicken and like.
Oh shit! The one where they cut the guy's heart out and he like fucking takes a bite.
They did it again recently. There was a video. Yeah, that's.
And it's funny because E-fucked in those sites, they still get millions of views somehow. I don't know how many edgy kids are there. How many Zoomers?
I'll stop saying something after this, but if you guys know Paul Town, he posted like he archived his videos on like on LiveLeak, and people got like, I guess if you post a video on LiveLeak that isn't someone being murdered, like you get like so many like hate comments and like what the fuck is this? I'm here to like watch people get their head blown off. Like
that is so on brand, Paul Town. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So I think it may be time to move on to
Wait.
Oh, not yet.
Hold on.
Okay.
Wait, I just want to say, there's a lot of violence in this chart.
Well, what do you mean? What are you looking at?
So you have a T square. So Venus is opposite Jupiter, and they're both squaring Mars, which that essentially means that like there's a lot of pressure placed on the Mars, and Mars is fighting and war and aggression and that kind of stuff. But it's also in Cancer, which by the way is fighting for your country. So Cancer is country. So anything that's like your country, I can see that. And then also, you're born during a Pluto square Saturn. Pluto is death and Saturn is structure. So, we had Pluto Saturn in the beginning of the year when the virus came out. So that's like some very heavy outer death energy there as well. So I could also
keep
see
track of this guy, Terrible Tao.
I could definitely see this as someone being like a religious crusader or something, like fighting for the Pope or fighting for country.
Based.
Yeah, so I don't know if you got any of that going on, but if you could channel that, like, that would be very good for you.
So I want to ask before we move on to the next person to Mimi Bear 97 and Concrete Bowl. Please DM me, and also we have a new winner Small, strong cheese, $25. So we have two more slots. We have two more slots open. So if those two slots are taken, anybody else, like you got to beat $1, which is not hard, but then you're going to have to beat $10 and $25. So see whoever it is can make it to the top 5. Those are going to be the people that we are going to be doing the readings of today. So I'm going to post the links once again for how you can donate. And if anybody has Bitcoin, try to send us some Bitcoin. We have not had any Bitcoin yet, so let's see if that's going to work for today. Anyway, let's move on to the next person. I believe it's Cyril Carl Cox.
Oh wait, hold on, is the next person the top patron or the Cox person?
Cox person. Top patrons are going to be in the second half.
Oh, okay, all right. I mean that was a very generous donation. So.
Yes, it was 25 smackaroos. Oh man, we got $5 from H Money. H Money, thank you so much. He says sorry for calling you a simp, Lev. Oh, I appreciate that. That's so nice. Okay, you're going to be added to the board. Man, I love this thing. This is a great idea. I'm going to pat myself on the back here for having such a good idea to make money. Anyway, let's go on to Cyril. Well, send me... Don't dox anybody, so send me...
no doxing.
Yes.
Sorry for the dox before.
And don't forget to subscribe. Everybody, don't forget to subscribe. We got to grow our numbers. I didn't even check if the numbers changed yet. That Mr. Girl video, that was a workhorse. So that one's still going as far as the subscribers. So, and by the way, Hotep Sophia, how are you?
I'm doing good. There's kids screaming. So, but it is my birthday's on Friday, so I'm
happy birthday!
Excited
happy
about
birthday!
That. Yeah,
Happy
I'm
birthday.
super old. Thank you, Martina. Yeah, I'm super old, so we'll see if I actually stay up past 10 o'clock. Here's fingers crossed.
Well, we're gonna see what lies in the future for you pretty soon. So, before we also get to anybody else, I want to do some shout-outs. This is what I do to make use of all the gap times. So, we got Aman Sadhu. We got Jack Buckby, who says, yeah, Pluto has nothing to do with COVID. We have Buff.
No.
Jay Wells joining us, as always, the great Jay Wells. Henry Lee. We got Pablo Romero Art, who says, your mom is hot. I'm not sure who he was talking about here. I missed the conversation.
Maybe he was talking about the porn person you put up.
Oh, Joyce Nazari. Yes, well.
There you go.
You know the porn, all the
That
gay
sounds
porn
like
you put
Pablo.
on the stream before.
Yes.
That sounds like Pablo. He would make that comment.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, she is very hot, and I would love to have a chat with her daughter. Like I mentioned before, her daughter raises alpacas, and I just found her on Facebook because she had I don't want to dox her, but I just want to say that she has the same last name of the dude that Joyce Nazari ended up marrying. Finally, she decided to settle down after Frank Sinatra and after Hugh Hefner. So she married this actor, and they settled down, and they had this daughter who's like, I think she's like a big liberal, like big Obama supporter. She's probably trending with all the hashtags now, but she raises the alpacas, and I love that. I love the fact that she raises alpacas. I want to ask her about the alpacas, and I also want to ask her whether Playboy was kind of like a spook, like an intelligence op to get certain people framed, you know, kind of like what's going on with the whole Epstein Island thing. But like back in the day, was that also something that people were using, like the Playboy Mansion, as, you know, compromising video for certain senators or certain high officials? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just thinking, like, if I were in the position of Hugh Hefner, like, I would probably be visited by some very bioluminescent gentlemen. But who knows? So right now I am looking at, here we go. I'm grabbing this chart and I am sending it into the chat. Oh, and this is going to be Sir Carl Cox. Everybody don't forget to subscribe. This is Sir Carl Cox's. Here we go.
Sir Carl Cox, the showman. He loves to be on stage. He loves to be the center. You know, look at me. Look what I can do. He's got some pretty strong lover energy going on.
True.
You know, and look at him and all his glory and all his pleasure and his love paradise. He's just gonna suck you in to his love paradise, and maybe give you a massage, or maybe you'll give him a massage.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, can I have the uncensored version of this chart with his location?
Oh boy.
He's kind of like so he's definitely into music, arts, creativity, self-expression, maybe athletics, a bit of a smooth talker, and
Industry, so that's
kind of what
I work in the music industry. That's where I get Sir Carl Cox.
Nice.
Like the DJ. Yeah.
That would be a very good place for you to be, the music industry. But it's so you give off this pleasant vibe on the surface, but there's kind of like a deeper, darker side underneath. Maybe like maybe you could be a bit obsessive.
I think here is the dark side that he can't expose to the public.
There you go.
Yeah. So like
this is the Cox of Carl Cox.
I dated a girl. I dated a girl that had the same placement, and like she was like cool at first, but then like she just started texting like every day, and like was like blowing up my phone and like wouldn't stop. So you have a similar placement.
You have my ex's astrology chart.
Yeah.
So that's not what you want to hear from your astrologer.
No, but what I mean is, on
that breaks the ethics rules. You have to recommend him to another astrologer.
So what I mean is, like, okay, so it's like the front face is like the music industry, or glamorous, right? But then underneath, there's like a deeper, darker side that you want to fulfill, and if you don't fulfill that side, then you're not really fully satisfied.
He gets on a plane and goes to Epstein Island.
Yeah. This so this kind of chart would need like an Epstein Island kind of thing. That's basically what I'm saying.
Fuck, dude.
Something Epstein Island-ish would be great,
There's
particularly because he's got
she could get evil like the bee.
and because you got the Pluto in the fourth house. So Pluto in the fourth house is like death at home. So there's a connection. I've seen several charts where someone had Pluto and one person like their mom was like worked in a morgue, or like one of the parents like tried to commit suicide. So it's like death is in the house when you have Pluto in the fourth house, particularly when it's square in the Venus Sun stuff going on. So that could have like a long range effect where you have the front face of being like, oh, cool, look at me, I'm all Leo-ish, and big lion glamour, but then there's like that other thing that's like underneath going on, particularly because of the square.
Can that extend to close friends, or is it specifically usually in the house, within close family?
Well, so the fourth house represents the things that you consider family. So things that are like within your like small circle, not like less so that like, oh, you knew a guy who died, but more like
no, because that's I've had probably I think 4 of my friends either overdose or commit suicide over the past probably 4 years.
Oh shit!
Oh boy!
Damn.
Yeah.
So that's pretty accurate. But all of my family's still around, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, because you also have Saturn in the 8th house, so 8th house is death. So that would emphasize the death or the dark stuff kind of going. Oh, and it's also in Pisces, and Pisces is drugs. So if someone was going to overdose, it would be from drugs.
It was from they were doing opiates, and 2 of them got accidental fent overdoses.
Oh,
yeah. So that happened. And then the other 2, one of them was a purposeful suicide, and he was basically just bought a bunch of morphine, a bunch of Xanax, and just put himself to sleep, and that was it. So that's another one. And the last one, he passed from something else. So
are these like childhood friends and like best friends or close
Yeah,
friends?
these are close friends of a long time. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, because both the third house is like childhood friends, and it's ruled by Venus square Pluto, which is the death. And then the seventh house, which is also like your best friend, is ruled by Saturn, and it's in Pisces, which is also the like drug death kind of stuff, because it's in the eighth house. So yeah, so you got the and in terms of your like aggressive stance, it's almost like, well, first off, you're familiar with death, but then your stance in terms of aggressions is well, you're very pleasant, right? So you're very like you have heated emotions, very heated emotions, very and maybe like the women in your life are like heated and like a little bit aggressive, but then your own aggression tends to be a little bit watered down, or also, you try not to offend people as much. Like you say things that are pleasant, or like you kind of you don't like really go in and like, hey, fuck you, buddy. It's more considerate. Would be the word.
It's become like that, but I've been historically like one of the worst trolls out of my friends. I mean, I also don't mean it, but like I was the first one to coin out of my friends without even knowing it was like an internet meme, calling people that room temp IQ motherfuckers. So it's like
Well,
so.
I guess what I'm saying is when maybe you're trolling, but whenever anyone comes close to you, you're not an actual mean person.
No, yeah, that is absolutely true. People,
yeah. They're like, what? This guy was trolling, but then I met him and he was so nice, he was so pleasant, and he offered to like make me dinner or something, or like stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah. There's some like I would say like your work routine is a little bit kind of crazy. So like either like you work in a place that changes a lot, or like you have like a kind of alternate type of job, or yeah, it's not as much like your work routine is not like, oh, I go to work and I come home. It's very like non-standard, it's very alternate.
Yeah, that's what true.
And maybe you're comfortable with like broad philosophy. You're like, all skies are blue, or say something like more broad level, but then in your life you're like trying to get more specific about like facts and information.
Yeah, that's probably, yeah. I mean, for the most part, that's how it is. I haven't really been able to develop that as much as I want to lately because I'm still in school and stuff. So I don't really have too much time to myself. I'm happy I'm able to come on here enough, but yeah, I've got quite the schedule. So I would like to agree with that.
But the other thing I would also say is you're certainly no stranger to the ladies with this chart. I don't know if I mentioned that before.
Yeah,
you definitely have women very, in and out of your life going. Lots of love affairs. Lots of love affairs. Very, very common thing there. What else? You definitely been going through some work stuff over the past 2 years.
Yeah, this is my last year of law school, so basically, I mean, that is my work essentially. So.
Cool.
All right. Well, let's
Thank
move
you.
on. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's move on to, I don't know, like how about who has to leave the soonest? Let's put it that way.
I better be going right now, by the way.
I have to leave too. Sorry.
Well, Terrible Tao and Sir Carl Cox, thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a tricky chart, so I appreciate it. Thank you. You guys take care.
Take care.
Have a good night. Don't be mad at me. I'm sorry for joking. Don't kill me.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah, the evil, spooky chart. I don't want to be murdered by him.
So, in terms of who is going to be next, it should be somebody who also has to go the soonest, or else I'm just going to, like, I don't know, randomly pick. How about, wait, Gio, did we do yours before or no?
Yeah, before.
Okay, so you don't get to go this time. Okay.
He was like very Capricorn, I think.
Yep.
How about Martina? You want to do? Yeah, let's do Martina. Okay.
Yeah, I've never done this before. I'm a virgin with.
Oh.
Virgin.
Michael will pop your cherry. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Okay, so Michael, you know the drill. Send me, and while you are sending me, I want to say, everybody, please subscribe. And what else should I say? I should also say that if anybody is interested in, let's say, not just donating, but like if we get 5 people and you see like, oh shit, like if one more person goes in and I'm out, what you can do is you can donate again. And if you donate again, and you're going to beat whoever it is, I'm going to cumulatively...
Open that wallet up, slave!
Exactly, I'm going to cumulatively...
Come on, pay pigs, give us the donations. You little dirty pay pig, you want to know your astrology chart?
And also...
I think to incentivize them, perhaps either Hopetep Sophia or Martina has to do the pay pig wallet slave Asmer, so to induce them into a psychosis of pay piggery. So
we have to specify the audience.
We got to use the Bambi tape.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. So if you go to YouTube, search up wallet slaves. Oh my god, hilarious!
All right, I don't know what you're talking about. I have to look it up.
Martina's gonna start doing fucking whatever it's called. You're gonna start doing fetish videos.
I need this kind of.
You're like, I can make $500 a month from just
the only thing that
pops money.
up. The only thing that pops up is 12 years a slave. Opening.
No, search pay. Sorry, search pay pigs. Yeah.
Oh,
12 years of pay pig.
But wait, just to confirm here, I don't have any time for this one, right?
Oh yeah, Martina, could you give us the time of your birth?
Oh shoot! I knew that someone was going to ask me that. I honestly don't know. I'm not afraid to say it was in the Bronx. Okay, that's not a secret. But
more or less
10 in the morning, maybe.
All right, let's go at 10 in the morning.
Okay.
I always feel like it's at night, but I think my mother told me it was in the morning, and I was like, that's surprising because I hate the morning. But okay.
Are you gonna send me a new chart, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going 10 in the morning. We're not going with at night, right?
Yeah, let's go. I think my mom said the morning when I asked her one time because I wanted someone to look at my charts and it never happened.
Interesting. And by the way, if anybody else has any ideas of how I can utilize the same application of an auction for other things, because Michael comes in here, but then Michael's gone, how can we keep this auction thing going? Like, what else could we utilize here so that people can donate money and then beat other people in this donation, cumulatively speaking? So any ideas would be welcome.
I got an idea. I don't know if I want to give it to you.
Oh, shit.
You just gotta have. It should just be like as long as you have in the top 5 donations, you can be on the show, and you just get knocked off.
There you go.
So Gio, you're gonna lose a lot of money.
Oh fuck!
That's not a bad idea.
Gio's gonna have to start his own show, I guess, because he's not gonna be able to afford it.
Oh my god.
Oh, but wait, Temujin has an idea. He says feet pics.
Yeah. We'll get your feet pics on the show.
Yeah, we'll get Jules' feet pics. There you go. That'll be even better.
You should have every episode, you should have a foot fetish OnlyFans person on. Who's like putting their foot in and out of frame,
or like wearing socks and
waggling their toes.
They'll take like a sock off, like every inch, like is like $10.
You can have like we'll get custom Etsy socks that have like a removable toe thing for each one, so you get one toe at a time.
Fucking ridiculous. We'll try to get Abby Shapiro to come on and post.
Man.
We'll get Abby Shapiro to show her tits. That's the biggest
piggies
one.
For the pay pigs. That's the future right there. That's the future of podcasting.
We'll get if this show gets popular enough, I'm sure we'll get Ben Shapiro to post some feet pics as well. So there you go.
Did you see the Ben Shapiro like showing off his muscle thing?
Oh boy!
It was just, I don't even know what it's from. There's a clip of him going like, "Yeah, showing off my muscles," and he goes like, and he just like,
Fucking accent.
Okay,
yes, I have to show my muscles on.
Here is Martina Marcota, and once again, whoever wants to be a part of this thing, we have 2 spots left, or one of them is going to be bumped off by whoever is going to go after it. But again, 2 spots left. Whoever wants to go in there, donate, go to the lower bottom right corner, streamlabs.com/lovejewels, or you can contribute crypto as well, Bitcoin and Ethereum, by going to cryptocurrencycheckout.com, and I'm going to post both links right now in the chat for all the newcomers. Anyway, Michael, take it away. Martina Marcota.
That reminds me at the end of the Francis E. Deck video, where he's like, donate money or even a manual typewriter to me.
I love that guy. Thank you for having me discover that.
Yes, enlightening everyone of the ways, the philosophy of Francis E. Deck and cosmicism. Yes,
he's great. So,
a key word for this chart is structured intensity.
Oh.
So you could say, so by the way, you know, Steve Jobs had a Saturn in Scorpio, and kind of like the way that he would just like lash at people and just like, do the work, shut up. And he was just like, so he had the intensity, but it's like structured, right?
That's me.
So
yeah.
there's a pretty significant T-square in your chart. So you have Jupiter opposite Mercury. Both of them are squaring Saturn in Scorpio.
Nice.
So there's it's kind of like, so Jupiter is like philosophy and ambition and long-term plan, and then Mercury is thinking, communication, but it's also in Leo, so it's like storytelling. So there's some aspect of you being like some kind of creative speaker, if you will, a creative writer, and then they're all both pointed at the Saturn, and the Saturn is that structured intensity. So that's like a very either a work ethic or willing to like be like a muckraker, like digging into the shit, if you will, or the occult, deep stuff, psychology.
Yeah, I mean, I'm working on a comic book, so there's that creative writing, and I am pretty intense with it.
Yeah,
I am a really meticulous boss, you could say, and it is very esoteric. It's Lady Alchemy, so.
Wait, that's the name of the comic, is Lady Alchemy?
Yeah, that's my stage name, but yeah.
Okay, yeah, so there you go. Basically that, because it's, you know, it's Mercury and Leo, and Leo is a lot of Leos today. What the hell? It's like creative. It's a part of the chart where you learn how to express yourself. So leading up to that chart, you're just trying to become like a basic human. But then when it's Leo, it's like, oh man, I'm leaving the house and now I'm like an individual. So there's a lot of this energy of like, you want to go out on the stage.
The sun, yeah.
One way or the other, right? So there's this idea. So with your Mercury and Leo, that's your creative writing, and then Jupiter in Aquarius is like, so Aquarius is the audience. So there's like a big audience for your creative writing, and it's all coming at your structured intensity, like your structured intensity of work. And then the other thing is, either you or the men in your life are no stranger to the fighting, or no stranger to aggression, or no stranger to saying things directly, if you will. So with the and then so you have the Venus in Gemini, so that has to do with basically ADD as it relates to either relationships or as it relates to creativity. So it's kind of like valuing diversity, especially in the arts. So if you there might be like some in your arts, there might be like 2 different elements that you're combining, or 2 different sides, or 2 different plots, or something like that.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, so you might have had like you got that South Node right next to the Saturn in Scorpio. So you might have had like a difficult earlier life in some way, maybe some kind of chaos or shit, fucked up household, whatever, what have you.
Yeah.
And then North Node in Taurus, you're just like, you know what? I'm done with this chaos bullshit. People having issues. I'm just gonna just make some money, and I'm just gonna chill and have a stable life.
This man heard your Hotel Jesus interview.
Yeah, I know, right? He knows. He's like, yeah, right.
Exactly what
That's pretty right. Yeah. I don't really think people know too much about my earlier history. But yeah, there's a lot of weird, messed up family drama in there. So I don't think a lot of people know about my early history. But yeah. And now I'm just like, can I just like chill and settle? I'm gonna have babies. Like,
oh yeah, babies is big on this one because you got Mars and Sun in Cancer. So, either you want the baby or the man wants the baby.
It's happening. Like I'm 35. Like this shit better happen like now.
Yeah. So if so when you okay,
autism alert. No, never mind. Sorry. Damn. Oh boy.
When you essentially like when in astrology, like basically the chart is kind of like your energy signature. So if you just like hold up a sign and say like I want a boyfriend or something, the one that's most likely to find you is the one that wants a baby.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know if that might sound counterintuitive, but like I guess if you because essentially if your energy is open, it's what's going to manifest is going to be Cancer, Mars in Cancer, Sun in Cancer. So but like that's the type of man that tends to find you.
Yeah,
essentially
nurturing Cancer.
Yes.
Right?
Oh yeah, very family oriented, very like kind of maybe a bit of a shut-in, maybe an introvert.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on. Oh, you know what? Yeah, because so right now, yeah, you've been thinking about love affairs recently. You've been having some difficulty with love affair. Maybe like someone was a dick and they left, or I don't know, some bullshit has been going on for the past 2 years, relationship wise. But I guess you're kind of like in the I would say you're like in the last like chapter 3 of 3 in regards to the romantic stuff that's been going on. So, basically by the end of the year, early next year, I think it's going to start clearing out in terms of like opening up for more runway in the romance. Field.
That's interesting. So I'm going to put it into possible perspective for you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm married, but past few years has been very difficult with my husband because we've had issues with Antifa and him coming to America and blah, 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 blah. And I think we're now finally, by the end of this year, going to resolve our issues. And finally, he can come here and we can have a family. So I still feel like it works, Wait,
what did you say about Antifa? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, Antifa and stuff. Yeah.
Wait, but what does that have to do with your marriage?
Oh, they put in a false tip to the FBI. I got a visit from the FBI and it like kind of fucked up like him being able to travel to visit and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, because you like conservative guys.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I was a burlesque dancer. I am a burlesque dancer, and if you can imagine, that industry is super SJW, feminist, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
So they kind of like took issue with my politics and wanted to make sure they ruined my life. So they kind of collaborated and tried to get Antifa involved. I don't know who. Like, I think I know who did it. She was like an Antifa SJW that I worked with, and basically put in false tips. So the past few years has been very difficult with my husband. Not like relationship wise with him, but I feel like it still fits with what you're saying because there's been a lot of like bullshit going on with
so by the way, what is anything going on with him at the end of this month?
I'm not sure. Hopefully the visa comes through and he's able to finally come to America for the first time in years.
Yeah, I would imagine the end of the month he might hear something because Saturn is going to change direction, and that's essentially the thing that it's fucking with right now is the fifth house, which is romance. And by the way, in regards to the SJW stuff, you yourself are quite more on the masculine side. Like you're more like, hey, buddy.
It's actually true.
I have a thesis that a lot of conservative women are like that.
Like very
strong animist.
So she will kick your ass. but her man is the guy that is like holding the baby, kind of.
Huh, that's interesting. No, I could see that. He's a very nice, nerdy guy. So I'm definitely like the
That's
big.
your window, femdom GF.
Yeah.
Martina,
like
I could
the
beat
big-
you in a fight.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm a big bitch.
Martina,
I
I want a boxing match with you.
You know what?
I'm live on the show, breaking the rules. We're gonna do a live boxing match.
I don't know how we could do that, but sure. Yeah, no, I took actually a kickboxing class recently, and I think that's why I'm sick. I was all over those mats, and
That's my purse. I don't know you. And Martina just kicks you in the balls like Bobby Hill.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna run away with the purse. I'm taking it.
You've also been kind of pissed off recently.
When is she not pissed off?
Thank you, Gio.
That's her thing.
Okay, all right.
That's my thing. Is that what I'm known for? Being like a pissed off bitch. Okay.
No. I mean, basically, like you haven't been able to get emotional satisfaction recently.
That's true.
Past 4
So
years.
you kind of push back in a combination of being like very watery, but also very pissed off.
That sounds like me. Yeah.
It's like crying but kicking your ass at the same time.
Yeah.
Just Sundari energy right there.
I would say that you should go to a protest to get that energy.
No, but about
Yeah,
that
but
masculine
here's the
energy-
thing. The difference between Martina and Lauren Southern going to a protest and having a piss bottle showered on her is I think Martina would actually run and probably like tackle the guy. So it wouldn't work
my
out
God,
very
That'd
well.
be good
funny.
footage.
That's funny. No, it would be. I actually have a really good deadly headlock. Like that's my secret weapon. Okay, I just outed it. Now, like you can avoid my
Nikita clutch.
yeah. Like like I will choke you out. It doesn't matter how big you are. Like you'll pass
Not
out.
me.
But
I'd choke you out in a second, Martina. I'd throw you.
Yeah,
okay,
throw you
we're
across the
fighting.
room,
Martina
break
would
your
put him in a
wrist.
self-defense situation.
We're doing it.
You're nothing. Not with these fists.
I got you. Like that. No, but as far as the masculine thing goes, like it does make sense actually. But this is why a lot of people don't know this, but this is why my alter ego, Lady Alchemy, is such a feminine archetype, because that's where I get my duality. Like in real life, yeah, I feel like I have a masculine energy, like not in a weird tranny way. It's the energy, very
The animus,
dominant.
as Jung said.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
masculine part of the feminine, yeah.
Yeah, and so yeah, exactly. It's the masculine part of the feminine, but then I do Lady Alchemy and do this whole very feminine archetype as my alter ego, and I think
And
that's
classically feminine, yeah.
balances me out.
Yeah, Venus and Gemini is duality. So your female ego has a duality to it.
Yeah.
Which is comprised of both masculine and feminine.
The alchemical marriage.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah, I think you'll start to have a better. First off, I'm very bullish on this baby thing, and I think that by the time maybe the second week of October, you should be in a good mood regarding it. That would be my guess. Or you feel like it's moving forward is what I would say.
Yeah.
But you're kind of in the last stage of the bullshit regarding the romantic and unable to have a baby stuff.
Cool.
Fifth house is baby making, by the way. So
Baby making. There you go, all you
Yeah.
Tradcath haters telling me
Yeah.
I don't have babies yet.
yeah. So
Those babies are coming.
Yeah.
Says the astrologer.
What did Protocol saying in the chat? More picking on Lauren Southern. Yeah, here's the thing. Okay. Now,
Until she
Shannon-
shows her feet, we hate her. And until
Until
she
she
shows her
does
feet
it.
on this show, Lauren Southern, you better show your feet on this show. No, I'm sorry, Gio. Go ahead.
yeah. No, it's funny because, yeah, I think there's certainly a difference between the flavor of conservative e-girls. I think, I don't know, it's really telling when Lauren Southern comes back and tries to play a few years too late with the woke centrism stuff. But whereas Martina over here was kicked out for sticking to her principles. So that's kind of like, there's a little bit of difference there.
Do I count as the e-girl? Am I an e-girl that you're talking about?
Well,
I'd say
I mean,
Lauren Southern is like Ethan Klein, and Martina Markota is like Sam Hyde.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, or Leafy.
Okay, yeah, no, that works. I don't even know who this Klein character is, but yeah, no, that makes sense.
Oh boy.
Because I'm more of like the weirdo artsy person that just sticks to my thing. It's like, yeah, I smoke weed. You don't call me a degenerate. Oh, okay, I don't care. Like, you know what I mean? Like, who am I pandering to? Like,
I think after a certain point, I think like the loop, the strange attractor is that some people will end up grifting so hard that they'll reveal their true selves, and when they do that, it'll be ugly. So, but then the people that stay true to themselves, they will always prevail, in my opinion. So
yeah, no, I hope that's true. No, and I see you too, Gio. I think that like your posts are always on. And lately, they've really been tearing into like the internet celebrity culture stuff, and I
you
totally
should follow
get
me
it
to find out more better takes for the
yes.
Okay.
You should follow a small follower from other celebrity takes.
No,
because comments, Mr. Alchemy Manly, all cherry.
No, because it's like a lot of people. You made a point recently too, and I mean, it's the stuff I think about too. Is that how people try to curate their content so they get attention, and I think that's also the difference. What you're saying about getting the piss thrown on you or whatever. It's all about like, oh, well, can I get it on camera, and I get clips out of it or whatever. To me, I wouldn't even think about like, oh, make sure this is being filmed. I would just react. You know what I mean? Like, it's not about. You know that, and it's not about making sure I don't say this thing because I know followers won't like that. Dude, I say stuff people unfollow me all the time. I shit on Trump and all my MAGA followers get pissed off. I'm like, whatever. I'll shit on another E-Slab.
By the way, did you read my latest in American Sun partial E survival guide to have what was it called? I'll look it up. I'll link it in the chat.
Yeah, please. I didn't see it, but I always try to check it out.
It's all about that. It's basically like half of it is about finding like mentorship on the internet and how we have to cultivate like a sort of a impartial system an informal system of mentorship, and the other part is basically how to survive in these online ecologies where there's always the danger of becoming like janitors for people and becoming sycophants. And so I'll link in the chat, and then maybe you could link it in the so let me
I'll let the astrologer finish, but I also just want to say onto that but it's like fuck, now I forgot what I was going to say just even saying that. But hold on, what was it you were saying about the follower stuff? I'll think about it. Go ahead, continue, sir. Sorry about that.
So we're gonna go to
I think
Hotep Sophia, and then we're gonna go to small follower. I have a question, by the way, for a small follower, if you know this or not. During the MDE baseball scene, the one during nighttime when they had like the dads, so that was the dad sketch. There was this dude who they were calling actor, who was this guy who said like, "I'm gonna go kick their asses. Which one's first?" And then they kind of got confrontational with him. I'm not sure, like, was that a setup or was that something that was just like unexpected that this guy just felt like kicking their asses and they just improvised from there?
I think I wasn't personally there, but I think I actually did speak to Sam about this, and I think it was real. I mean, I'm sure you might, if you're watching World Peace, you probably know that that sketch was based on another sketch called Moms, where they actually did piss off people in real life.
Best, yeah.
Wait, so that was like that was real. The mom.
Yeah, it was. I believe it was the mom thing was real, and I believe the dad setup was exactly the same.
Interesting. So nobody still knows the identity of that crazy woman with the clown shoes.
I think that it's her real identity is known. I think, in fact, we tried to use her for something else even a few years later, maybe.
Oh, okay, interesting. So, yeah,
one of my favorite skits I'm still like kind of confused on though was the one Charles skit, the famous one. What was it called? The man who would not be what they wanted him to be. Is that what it's called?
Oh, is that the one with the John Mouse thing in it?
Yeah, that one.
Well, what about it? I mean, they had to switch the song at the last minute. They were going to put Cop Killer, I think, and then they switched it to...
I was always confused about that skit, like what the core meaning of it was, because it was basically like the guy was in prison, but like he kept going, like he kept gambling for his, like, yeah.
I think that was Joel, Patrick, and Charles's thing. I don't think Sam was involved with that. Unfortunately, I haven't spoken with Joel in many years, and I don't think I got into many specifics about him. He edited most of the World Peace, and he was like the main editor for Sam before me. But then, and I lived with him for a while, and then I haven't really spoken to Charles at all, so I don't know the background of that sketch. I think I read the all the sketch packets for World Peace, but I haven't seen the raw footage of any of it, and I wasn't there for it. I was supposed to be somewhat involved with it, but I did put in like sketches to be evaluated for it, but I wasn't. I was in college when it was happening.
So here's Hotep Sophia's one final question, by the way. I'm just really curious. In that Hypergenex sketch, was he saying she's going to be seeking Sputnik when she blows her fucking brains out? I never understood what that last line was right before your wife's out of the oven. They were just saying something to each other like she's going to be seeking Sputnik.
What sketch is this?
Hypergenex, the one with the Sam playing that big lady with the beard who was knocking out her husband.
Oh! I don't know what they were saying. No, yeah, I tried to get Joel to let me see the raw footage, but I think it was all on like DATs or something, or something weird, some really weird format that required a lot of effort to see. And I've always wanted to see the original footage, but I haven't gotten the chance to. I've seen a lot of the original footage for anything that's on the YouTube, and some other stuff, but not World Peace, really.
Well, that one I really enjoyed, especially the costumes, just like that shiny red outfit that Charles wore. That was nice. So let's go to Hotep Sophia's chart. Here it is, Hotep Sophia.
It's quite. Do we know a birth time?
Oh yeah, I sent you the birth time.
I told 11 o'clock.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me put that in.
Okay, while you're putting that in, I'm gonna ask once again. Whoever wants to be the last two people, unless they get bumped by somebody who puts in more money for this whole thing we're doing here with these chart readings, send us your money. Send us your money right now. Another thing you can do is, instead of sending money, here, I just thought of this right now. Instead of sending money, I don't even know how this is going to work. Instead of sending money, you're going to share our series with like as many friends as you can. And if 5 of them come in the chat and say, yada yada sent me, then yada yada is going to be, like, included no matter what. That is a guarantee. That is my personal guarantee to you. Because we got to get the subscribers up. We are almost at 1,500. We are almost there.
Almost there, guys.
Lev, have you decided the K-pop stream? Because I'd like to get my daughter on that.
Oh,
she's
nice.
a huge K-pop stan.
Well, what I want to do, I want to find some actual K-pop people for that. So, like, I want to bring in people who love K-pop and also bring in people who are in the K-pop industry, like some actual Koreans, you know, so they could talk about what it's like to be...
I have an idea. You know, Kanye wants to do Jesus Talk. Instead, there should be a Catholic version of K-pop called Pray Pop. And it'll be like all based on like classic hymns, but like still really heavily involved with dancing. It'll be like a dance Kyrie. It'll be like a dance mass with Backstreet Boy. Yeah, I don't know. That's my idea. If anyone wants to give me Bitcoin to do it,
I like it.
I hope we get money for that.
Isn't Justin Murphy doing Jesus Chat or something like that?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, he's got a Jesus podcast, right?
Yeah, something like that.
We could do it for everyone. We could do it for the Muslims. We can get our Muslim friends on here and have some kind of a chant. I don't know, like if they... like strictly in Islam, you're not allowed to use instruments, right? Because if you look at all the ISIS videos, they're constantly chanting. Like they're not playing any instruments on there.
That's all cope. They just don't have the vertical harmonic thinking.
Probably.
They're just making excuses.
People. Yeah.
Well, this was like in the Middle Ages too, where you were only allowed to like do all that. You were not allowed to use any lutes.
See, this is why Pythagoras is the best philosopher, because Pythagoras, the basis of philosophy for him was music, and he taught people through hymns and the ratios and harmony. So philosophy is ultimately harmonic and better than Islam, Pythagoreanism.
Hot take.
Pythagoreanism is number one.
Well, we're gonna get Sultan
I agree with
back
that.
in
That's
here.
why Kant put music as the top, or he put poetry as the top art in the third critique. I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, as a painter myself, I don't know about that, John. I don't know about music. Being
Name
the
a
top.
painter philosopher.
There's Fritjof Schuon, Aleister Crowley.
Oh Lord, that's the only one you can think of.
Let me think. Who painted?
William Blake.
philosopher.
Does William Blake count?
William Blake. There you go. There
Okay,
you go.
you got it.
Yeah, he was a painter and a printmaker. Who else? Let me think. Yeah, you're right. There isn't many.
Because like all the musical,
more mystics
the
that
musicians
were
of like the 15th, 16th century, they're all also the most important theorists and philosophers of music.
Yeah.
Like Palestrina wrote the most important works on music. Like the
Even
only exception
like
is
Hildegard.
Zarlino.
Yeah, Saint Hildegard was one of them. I don't know. Would you consider Wyndham Lewis a philosopher? I don't know, because he was a painter.
Yeah, that works. I would say maybe Dali. Dali did kind of write almost like Nietzschean type of stuff.
Well, I mean, Andre Breton. Oh, Julius Evola. How could I forget Julius Evola?
Wait, he painted?
Yeah, he started off as he basically helped invent.
He was like a vorticist, right? Is he?
Yeah, Dada and Surrealism. Yeah. So he knew like Tristan Tazarin and Andre Breton, and European academia in art schools basically tried to like bury him in terms of his influence on things like surrealism and
Wow,
Dada.
he's not bad. I'm looking at some of his work right now,
Yeah,
and yeah.
Oh, like all the Italian futurists you could pretty much consider. It's funny because like painters who were also philosophers tended to be like fascistic, so that's pretty.
By the way, real quick, what do you think is going on with the whole CCCCC building that Mussolini's head was on? Was that just like, were they having fun? Because that looks like they were having fun.
That was made for him, I believe, by an Italian futurist. The Italian fascists, they were much more open to things like surrealism than the Nazis.
Interesting.
So,
but I wonder, like, did they want people to take it seriously? Because, like, if I'm looking at this building here, I was like, this is like out of a sketch. You know, this looks like a joke. Like, were people treating it seriously, or were people like chuckling, like, "Oh, there's Mussolini. That's our Mussolini."
Yeah, my grandfather saw it in person, so.
Wow.
Yeah, it was kind of a spectacle type of thing. So
that would be pretty ominous in person because it's pretty imposing.
But it's so over the top, though. That's the thing. Like,
that was the whole point. Yeah,
but did they take it seriously, though? That's what I understand. Like, were they like, oh my God, this is just so out there? Like, were they in?
I'm sure in private they probably thought that it was ridiculous, but
okay, but they had to take it all seriously. It's like they were.
Oh yeah.
Okay. See, that's the funny thing about fascism. Like, when they wear the funny outfits, everybody has to take it so seriously, even though it is kind of like, it is kind of what's the word? Camp. It is kind of camp. Anyway, let's go to Hotep Sophia's chart over here. Here we go.
You ready?
Yes.
Hotep Sophia, Super Scorpio.
Oh my gosh! I'm sorry. I'm surrounded by Scorpios. I have so many Scorpios in my life. It's the most unbelievable thing.
Big Scorpio energy.
It's called the Scorpion Den.
The Scorpion Den. That's what it feels like.
Den.
Is that where scorpions stab you to death? Because that's what it mostly feels like, being surrounded by all these Scorpios. You know, my mother.
Oh, she just got muted.
Oh. Sorry, I'm muting myself. My mother's a Scorpio. My daughter's a Scorpio. One of my best friends is a Scorpio. My cousin's a Scorpio. My great grandmother was a Scorpio. Like, literally, I have.
Your pet scorpion is a Scorpio?
I know. Nothing but Scorpios. It's frightening, especially for a Virgo to be surrounded by all of these nutcase Scorpios. But
oh my God,
I get it. The Scorpions.
That's definitely Scorpio action right there. Look at that chart.
So we have Ascendant in Scorpio, South Node in Scorpio, Moon in Scorpio, Saturn in Scorpio, Saturn conjunct Moon in Scorpio. Yeah. And you could say Pluto in Scorpio conjunct South Node in Scorpio. And it's all right on the first house ascendant. So first house is identity, and it's your identity. It's kind of the way you see the world. So what is Scorpio? It's transformation, death, taxes, sex, intense experiences, obsession, the darkness, the occult, where things go to die and then are reborn, phoenix rising from the ashes. It's joint finances. If you kind of join together with someone in some way where you're inseparable from this person. So this is most certainly a chart of someone who cannot get away from intense experiences.
Wow.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, this person has seen some shit. So they don't want to hear about your little first world problems, okay?
Sounds like me.
Yeah.
Cussing people out on the internet every day.
Oh yeah. Cursing
Big
people
Scorpio energy.
out.
Sorry for yawning. I can't believe I just did that. That was not directed at what you guys are talking about. I'm sorry. I just yawned. I can't help to apologize for it. I didn't sleep much. I'm sorry.
He fears your Scorpio power energy.
I don't like being rude to someone who's cursing at people all day on Twitter.
I just noticed that Lev has Sonic in the background with the autism flag.
I missed the Sonic feet.
Whoa.
Another piece of Scorpio is conspiracy theories or anything that has to do with like deep state.
Oh boy. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
That's
Amazing.
pretty much my thing. Truther, I call it, instead of conspiracies. We go with truther over here.
By the way, side note, Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden both have like 5 planets in Scorpio. So I don't know.
Come on!
Shots fired.
Oh,
She's
shots
only trying to
fired.
expose them so she can take over.
Oh no!
She wants the Hotep world order.
I don't know what their deal is, but I don't fucking trust them because Scorpio rules secrets.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fed alert.
Glow in the dark.
So if someone has 5 planets in Scorpio, they got something going on that they don't know about. And I'm sure you got stuff going on that I don't know about, but I don't care because you're not in the deep state. So but
I'm the opposite of deep state.
yeah. So deep state sees deep state. You understand?
Mm.
So they are the like I know.
It's like a moon base.
Yeah, like so you can see the deep state if they are deep state. That's what I'm saying. So
it's like how the Greys are evil, but yet the other species of aliens are good.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think same with QAnon. I guess that's like the whole idea of the counter elite against like the current elite. So
yeah,
interesting.
Side note, conspiracy theories. There was a Chinese woman that came out like a few days ago, and she basically was a Hong Kong researcher that said that the virus was manufactured, and she has evidence.
That's right. Yeah, I heard
saw
about that. Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway. But yeah, that's Scorpio because it's hidden. The Scorpio is secrets, and by the way, I have Mercury in Scorpio and Moon in Scorpio, so that's a big part of me being an astrologer because Scorpio rules the occult, and I think people who get into astrology, it's more about it's the logical conclusion of digging. So that's what a Scorpio does. It's about digging. It's about finding things in the bottom and bringing it to light. So the mythology was quite literally, he had to kill the Hydra by kneeling down because it has to do with the bottom, and then raising the Hydra to the light. And when it's the sun hit the Hydra, it like died basically. So that's what Scorpio does. So that's also, by the way, why Scorpio rules like cockroaches and rats and stuff, because they're like underground, they're like hidden, they're like where you can't see them.
Interesting.
You know, so they got a lot of Virgo going on as well. So I would say that this person is very concerned about health. You know, probably talks a lot about health, probably has like health routines, probably knows a lot about how certain parts affect your body and whatever. But yeah, she
obsessively though.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So by the way, those work together. So because Virgo is about details and specifics. So I was hanging out with someone yesterday who had a Virgo ascendant, and she was basically telling me about how she goes and will find like something literally worth $15 and like go online and sell it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why would I ever pay attention to something $15? Like that's what Virgo does. Like they're just fine. They'll like find like a textbook and like this is worth $17 and like actually sell it. This is ridiculous. Because the Virgo has such an attention for detail. And that's why by the way, Scorpio is obsessiveness and Virgo is detail. So we have obsessive detail.
Jesus.
Damn.
That sounds exactly like me.
Obsessive detail.
God.
It's OCD right there.
Yeah, because the definition. I mean, I'm the only person I know who drives an hour and a half to get milk and vegetables and meat every single week. And then I found an orchard that I go to that's in the area. So this is a 6-hour trip every week to get food that literally there's a bajillion grocery stores where I just go all past all the grocery stores all the way out into the country to the farm every single week. I've been doing it for over a year. I probably do it for my whole entire life. I can't imagine not being this obsessive over food. And I don't want to talk about water. Water is
well, you love to drive in general. You love short trips.
Long trips too.
Yeah, like I
make a lot of long trips.
Yeah. Like well, you said like an hour and a half, right?
Yeah, but like I used to drive to Florida for like my best friend lived down there, so we went to Florida every other weekend for like 3 months straight, which from my house is 16 hours.
Oh well, when I say short trip, I mean not like international.
No, I haven't really done anything.
Yeah. So you have a lot of domestic travel. Going on.
Yes.
But yeah, less so the international travel. Yeah.
Yes.
You know, you have Venus on the midheaven, so and it's in Leo, so I don't know, that could mean either working with women or support from women, or working in the arts, working in creativity, working in a stage, something like that. So some kind of working in with the domain of creative self-expression, like in that, working in theater, something like that.
Yeah, I'm a singer. Family's musician, so
yeah, I don't know. The chart doesn't lie. So you know, you got this moon in the right on the ascendant. So that in one way, it's like your heart is like worn on your sleeve. It's very like the leading planet here is like the moon, which is a sensitive, nurturing thing. But it's also with Saturn. So Saturn is a very fucking serious planet. So it's like, yo, I got this nurturing capability, but you got to earn it. Because and it's got to be earned under conditions that have to do with maturity, right? So like something like, say, like in a relationship, you're like, yo, like, do you have this? Do you have this? Have you done this? Like, are you for real? Are you for serious? Right?
That sounds right. And
so, yeah.
the guy that I'm with now is like 10 years older than me. My oldest daughter, her father is also 10 years older than me. So I definitely with the people who have done things.
Yeah, because these boys, they don't fucking know that, you know, you got this checklist. Okay, you got a checklist about people who have seen real shit and know how to handle it, and they're not gonna go anywhere. Okay.
Oh man, that's crazy.
They're not going to go off the rails when something comes up, because that's what really happens is when the challenges come up, they can't handle it, and then all of a sudden, like, okay, now I have to do like this too. Like, no, that's not fair.
So yeah, so in romance we got on one side we got the fun and the you know the playful whatever stuff, you know, over here, but then in the long-term relationship you got like real shit has happened, right? And you're like kind of jump very quickly to like the real shit has happened, like what are you gonna do, right? Less so of the playful like child puppy love stuff, right? See, your outlet for the child puppy love is in your work. Right? You're like, you know what? I'm going to do that pleasurable stuff at work, but like in the real life, like, you know, with my emotions, with my feelings, it's very serious business.
Yes. That is an extremely accurate description. I like gangsters, really. Former gangsters. Reformed hoodlums actually is my preferred in foreigners.
Yeah, because they need to have seen they need to have seen real shit, and they also need to be mature. So if they have just, you know, done gangster stuff, but they haven't been in jail yet, they don't know what happens. They don't know the full story, right? So like,
right.
So they
they've avoided jail. Like even that takes a lot of skill not to end up in
not to end up in the pen.
Or like their friend went to jail, or you know, they had that moment where they're like, oh man, I'm a fucking grown ass man,
right?
And like I got my kids, and like if I don't, you know, I can't play with that. So they have to come to that moment in their life in one way or the other for it to like really satisfy you emotionally.
That is sad. That is true. But that sounds so sad. Oh
no, Lord. It sounds good. It's like you need someone more like, you know,
someone like 10 years younger than you. Maybe someone on the show.
Now my little baby's father is 10 years younger than me. That was a huge mistake. Oh Lord, not 10 years.
I could imagine Hotep Sophia doing like the like the hand clap, like you got to get this done. Like,
we don't even get to the hand clap.
I want that word reform. You know, you are in a constant state of reform.
Yes.
Like it's almost like you never really know what your identity is because you're constantly reforming it.
But I'm super intense about whatever identity it is today. But it might be different tomorrow. That is true. And it's taking a long time to deal with that because it's easy to fight it and just be one person all the time. So I have consistent values, but how those values are expressed, it really depends.
No, that's actually a really good thing too. In alchemy, there's something called solvet coagula, right? And it means like separate and combine. And it's kind of what you do in the laboratory. And you also do that with your soul. It's to refine it. It's a process of refinement. So it's actually really good. You're becoming a more perfect version of yourself, your true self, like more and more and more, and discarding the trash.
Yes.
You know, refining.
Yes.
Oh, and
I don't got time for that, baby.
with the guy, so yeah, also all that serious stuff, but it also helps if this is a guy who's always seeking perfection, like constant self-improvement.
Yes.
He's very self-critical.
Yes, because if they're not self-critical, they tend to not understand my whole thought process, which has been terrible. So no, they have to always be trying to get better. As soon as you stop trying to get better, you're going to fall off this train. It's going to be gone.
I could imagine a lot of guys are turned off by that though. Like, guys, they say they want that, but then like when you have like a woman that's willing to like, you know, I'll take care of the kids and all that, but it's like you have to improve. It's like, oh shit, now I have to like be a man. Like, I just want, you know, a lot of guys, they just want like to mess around, and I hate to say it, man. I hate to say it. I hate to get down on my fellow men, but it's true. A lot of guys just want to fuck around, you know, like. Yeah.
She's okay with her man being powerful, but she's not okay with her man being egotistical. Very important difference.
Difference, yeah.
You have to be powerful. If you have an ego, you're going to be done anyway.
But if you're a man who is powerful, it's almost as if like you don't need to be egotistical. Like there's a difference between magnanimity and egotism. Like a magnanimous man, he knows he can accomplish great things and he does it. He doesn't have to tell you about it all the time. Like people that do that shit, like here's the book I'm reading right now. Like it's like fuck off, you know. Here's
like,
what I'm doing.
Look at this. I did this all by myself. Aren't you so proud of me? Like, no, I don't care what you did. Like, come on, like do something else. Like, okay, you've done it now. What's to talk about? Like that, because I'm
cold.
nice and loving.
You're cold.
Like, okay, like, am I supposed to like care about this for more than a second? Like, I'm doing both things at once. Like, I don't. I mean, it takes a very specific type of person to deal with.
No, it's true. Like, especially if you're a creative type as a man. Like, if I had a girlfriend that like I don't know, that like obsessed over like my art or my writing, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't feel good, you know what I mean? It'd be like, it's like my mother does that, you know. Every fucking thing I paint, she says it's great, Picasso. But if I had a girlfriend, I'd want her to be at least like a bit critical, you know what I mean? Not like totally tear me down, like just because there's women that do that too. They just destroy your ego. But I feel like if you have to find a woman that constantly praises you as a creative man, I feel that's like there's something wrong with you. It's just like you're fucking a fan, you know what I mean? It's like you know, you're going with a groupie.
One thing about the chart is all your planets on the left side here. So because the Chiron is not a planet and North Node is not a planet, so that means that the chart is heavily on the side of you like picking and choosing your own destiny and driving it to the direction that you want. So there's a more active, like you're going to drive it versus someone else is going to drive it.
Oh, great. That sounds about right. Which means that literally my life is in my own hands. I have to get it done. There's no one coming to save me.
So if you just sit around and expect things to happen, it doesn't really work out for you. But when you like set the goals and the plans, like I'm going to do this, this, and this, and then you execute, then that's where you're like really shining.
Yep.
You kind of you kind of want to not do anything and just kind of fall back and just let stuff happen, but that doesn't seem to really work out for you. It always seems like you have to be in charge of everything, about initiating everything.
Yep.
Oh boy.
And my family they've learned to live with that because it's for everybody. It's not everybody. I can't wait for you to make up your mind or you to make up. Look, this is what we're going to do. Yep. This is how this is going to go. Mm-hmm. And you can get in where you fit in, but I'm making the plans and I always make the plans. Yeah.
You remind me of my aunt Hotep Sophia. I have an aunt like that. Like,
really?
Yeah, like from a really young age, like, because her and my mother, like, you know, they grew up in a very strict Italian immigrant household. So she was very like independent from a young age and like left the house almost when she was like a teenager and stuff like that and had her own businesses and everything. So yeah, she's very like commanding that way. But the downside the downside of that I noticed is like she can never, like she has a pretty stable boyfriend now, but you know, she's really had bad luck with men, put it that way, because of that. So yeah, it is.
She didn't give a lot of birthday money to Gio.
No, she gave she bought me cologne every year. I have a pretty sizable cologne collection. So yeah, that's pretty cool. She did that because now I can appreciate it. Like Jack from Perfume Nationalist, although I'm a novice compared to him. But yeah, I can understand.
Jack from Perfume Nationalist, please unblock me.
Why did he block you? Why did he block you?
I know sometimes I just say mean things. Well, he said he made fun of my friend Roddy, if you know him at all.
Oh yeah.
And then he said like he said me and Roddy have never made anything, which offended me because like it's been my life for like 8 years. So
yeah, that's pretty cold, man. Yeah,
I don't know. Jack, please unblock me. I'll be nice. I won't say anything mean.
So, by the way, for those who are asking, do a Chris Chan stream with Martina. Absolutely. I mean, Martina, if you are up for it, I don't know how versed you are in Christery, but
Christery.
Let me know.
Well, Well, I have a lot to say about that. I mean, I was not really well versed until I got the fucking flu, and I saw a meme pop up that talked about how his artworks and music and all sorts of stuff is the most, analyzed thing more than you'll ever do in your life.
He's the Boswell of the 21st century.
Yeah, and I was like,
yeah,
and I didn't recognize.
He really is.
him.
It's not even a joke.
No, yeah, and I didn't recognize who it was. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, well, this is an interesting statement. And I'm like, who is this guy? And I asked my Discord and they're like, oh, that's Chris Chan. And I heard them say Chris Chan a few times. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I was like, okay, let me get into the lore. And I started looking into it. You said you were in like 30 something on that YouTube's thing.
Yeah.
I'm at like
Gino Samuel.
I'm at like 15 or something.
Oh man, I'm at like 40 something.
Okay.
Not the very latest one, 43 or 44.
But I mean, I went on a marathon during my flu, and then last night I just had to turn it off because at some point I'm kind of like, it's so fucked up. Like
he's the wizard.
He's
the pure wizard. If anyone knows that 4chan thing,
another wizard. Yeah, are you a wizard? Yeah.
Well, like I also wasn't fully understanding because, like, how do I put this?
Oh, you mean Wizard Chan, John? You mean Wizard? Yeah. Okay.
Well, he's so like gone. So that's the thing that inspires me about him. He goes so far and passionately into his that he just like. He's gone through. He's kind of reclaimed something out of life, even though he's like kind of like almost the worst person alive.
Well,
that's
good.
I mean,
people don't realize how terrible he is. Yeah.
I have an interesting little back.
I know a lot of other far more terrible internet people that they should be obsessing over than this poor little fucking, like mentally retarded guy. Like, oh my god, like leave him alone. I don't know. I'm at 15 and I am at a place where I feel really terrible for him, and I had to just stop. I was like, oh god.
Wait. Did you get to the part with Liquid Chris yet?
Yeah, I'm at Liquid Chris, I think in the middle of it.
Well, at least Liquid Chris and Asper True afterwards, it gets better than what he had to endure with, you know what? With the medallion.
Oh, Blue Spike?
Yeah.
That was the Blue Spike saga. I was going to say, as soon as you get to the Blue Spike, that will be like next level shit. So don't worry about it.
No, but like to me, I didn't really fully understand in the beginning either. I'm not sure if I still fully understand things because the autism level is just so high. Like, I really don't think I'm on any spectrum at all in regards to that. Like, I'm all right. And so I like can't understand this like autism world. And I also don't understand the fucking nerd lore world. Like,
I just love all the names that he has.
You're talking Pikachu. You're talking Pokemon. You're talking fucking Sega shit. I don't know any of that. Okay, I stopped playing video games in like 1996, and like I don't.
Well, that's what makes it really good, though. That's what makes it good because, for example, one thing that I would love to do in the future if I had the money is I would contact the Chinese government and give them give a town, just like pick a town in China and give that town over to Chris so that he can christen it CWCville, so it'll be a town that he can own, and he will like make it like his comic. You know, he will have everybody.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm sorry. I failed at getting the right rhythm, cutting you off. But we tried to contact. Me and Sam tried to contact Christian, and we were going to try to buy the rights to Sonichu and like secretly film the whole thing, but it ended up not working out. But that was like the plan that I wanted to have happen so bad. And I think Sam did get a polo and like I think someone gave him
had a similar polo.
Yeah. And he has, I think he might have a Sonichu clay thing. I'm not sure.
So does Zizek. Slavoj Zizek has a similar
that meme does.
When I was a kid, I used to wear very similar polos like that. So, yeah.
No, I mean, I think I also kind of feel for him, too, a little bit. Because it's like, you know, I've been attacked myself many a times for, like, absolute bullshit. And I'm, like, old. So I'm, like, on the internet when people, like, are saying lies about me. I'm like, well, what? Like, I want to do a performance art piece where, look at the glasses I'm wearing. I have the same fucking glasses as Chris Chan, okay? And I want to do a performance art piece where I wear a striped shirt and like I have my comic books or whatever in the background. I also make comic books and I also self-insert myself in my comic book. And I also talk about real life shit that happened to me in my comic book in a comic book version. Like, You know, so I'm doing like the exact same shit. And I want to do a performance art piece where I address my haters, but like verbatim, like do like a Chris Chan like speech.
You have a really famous hater, don't you? The red bar guy. Doesn't he go after you?
Is he really famous?
Yeah, no, I think he like. I found out about him because of the drama alert guy keeps on tweeting about him.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of bigger people have gone after Martina. Him,
yeah.
Brittany Venti. Who else?
I mean, like everyone. I don't know. I don't know why. That's why I kind of feel for Chris at this point, because I'm just kind of like, well, that's not fair. Like he's just some like.
No, but Chris has done some pretty terrible shit though. Like, for example, the latest part. Not to spoil it. Apparently, and you know, we have to get, you know, Lev. We have to get some turfs on here. We have to get my friend Annie Slats on Twitter. She goes after all of these trans people that are obsessed with her. Chris Chan, as you know, transitioned into Christina.
I don't like to accept it, but yeah.
You know, claims to be a male lesbian, but here's what he did. He posted an ad on an LGBT forum where he said that because he's a male lesbian, he can either artificially, but he said preferably naturally, inseminate lesbian couples. And there was this girl who was a lesbian that was friends with him on Facebook, and basically she pressured this woman to saying, well, I'm just as much a lesbian. So it's almost like TERFs like Annie Slats talk about how like certain trans people like they do it almost like a predatory thing. Chris Chan has offered to inseminate lesbian couples as a male lesbian. So there you go. That's just a little tiny drop in the bucket of Chris Chan lore right there. So
you know, I know. So, and this is why I didn't get it either, is because when I first started getting into it, I was like, okay, he's just some like, you know, nerdy, weirdo, autistic guy. Like, you know how many dudes I know like that? Dude,
but not this level.
I was stalked. No, dude, I was stalked for like a decade by a guy that is just like Chris Chan. I swear to fucking God. It was in college in 2004. I worked at the register in the dining hall, so I'd have a line of people, and I'm super friendly to everyone. Again, which is why I don't understand why I have like fucking crazy obsessed haters. But I'm like super nice to everyone. There's this guy that comes up, and he's like fat, and he got like the striped shirt on too. I think he had glasses like this. And he's totally like autistic and weird.
It could have been Chris Chan, by the way.
Dude, it totally no, it wasn't. I wouldn't remember the name. I wouldn't remember the name. It wasn't. But it was just like him, and he's just kind of like, "Hi, Martina," like, you know, and I'm just like, "Oh, like really nice to him," and I'm like super sweet. Oh, and then like the guy behind him was a guy. He was an older guy in my cap class, and he says, "Martina, you shouldn't be so nice to that guy." And I was like, "That's so mean. Like, what do you mean? Like." What should I be nice to him? And then he was like, that's going to cause you problems. Next thing you know, for a decade, the guy's like emailing me every day. Like, oh, I wouldn't stop messaging me.
He sent you a song. He's like, tell me why I want a boyfriend, girlfriend. Tell me.
I never want to hear you say.
Like, I've been Megan.
Have a boyfriend.
Like, I've been Megan before. Like, I am.
I've been Megan. Song I'm not aware of.
By the way, that anatomy, someone actually did the anatomy. That was the original Megan Schroeder drawing where he's like going cross-arm. And apparently, Chris Chan, the way he got out of that to not offend Megan was he said that it wasn't Megan, even though it was about Megan. He said it was his fictional character that would have been his sister in real life.
Right.
Sister. Yeah, so it's like one frying pan fire. It's just, yeah, beautiful. Chris Chan. There's Megan Schroeder. Apparently she's got a normal, decent life. She's like a dog person.
Megan should be forced by the state to marry Christian.
Incel GF experience.
Forcefully incited by Christian and made to marry him. Yes, we need more Christians in the world.
We do.
I know plenty of them. I can send them your way.
All of the SSRIs and hormone treatments and poor dieting hasn't totally destroyed Chris Chan's sperm. So hopefully he can. Well, hey, if
he recycled.
Oh yes, the recycling.
Recycles though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if Ethan Ralph can impregnate a significantly younger person than him, who knows?
Oh my God, did that happen? Are you
yes,
serious?
this happened. Yes, with Faith. Yeah, that's the latest lore on Ethan Ralph. So,
I'm just worried about Chris's.
Or Mr. Vickers.
He
Or
had that
Mr.
hole.
Vickers, the father. Can't believe it. Damn.
Do you remember the hole
That's
that
why
Chris
this is
Chan
internet
had?
bullshit.
Like this
The what?
wound. So Christina had this wound in this area that she thought was
unclit.
the unclit. She thought that it was a vagina, but it was just like this gaping wound in the perineum area, and it's
Very
like it just
laconic.
kept on. It's very unfortunate.
Very Lacan.
Yeah, but
Oh,
I do
boy.
love the words that he has for things like he calls penis. Let's see, what was it? Duck.
Duck, yeah.
Duck is great.
Bent duck.
And
yeah.
cum he calls comeuppance, which I love. I love that word.
Masturbating.
Come up in. Oh, bless him.
Yeah, that's adorable.
Oh.
So, a small follower, you are the last person until we get to the good people who donated. You guys could see 1, 2, 3. Let's fill this up. So, anybody else, last chance that wants to get in here, go and donate. I'm going to post the links right now in the chat. And if you donate, then you are going to get your reading done today. By golly, by Jove. So donate, and I will grab the small follower unless I grabbed it earlier. I know, Michael, did you send it to me already? Let's see.
I did.
Okay, here we go. Here it is.
Astrology Buff says astrology reading of Chris Chan. Maybe if someone donates another $25, we will do an astrology reading of Chris Chan.
Yes.
So we can find his information, no doubt. So yeah, time of birth, everything.
Microsecond of birth.
Yeah. But yeah, Martina, I think the problem is a lot of guys who are on the spectrum. Unfortunately, when you are nice to them, it gives them false hope, and that's unfortunate.
That's why you have to get into being a pay pig. You have to make them pay pigs.
Yeah, that's all.
Because then stalkers could be giving you $10 a month rather than.
Then she can email socks to them and shit, and it'll
No, see, the thing is, like, okay, so a little bit about me is that I don't know what it was, like some ugly duck syndrome thing, or I don't know. I was just like picked on when I was in like elementary, junior high, high school type thing. I was not part of the popular kids. Okay. I was just kind of, they would throw shit in my hair and just be mean to me. I've always been fucking picked on. I don't get it. So I'm very passive. And so, yes, I have that like intense energy. I can give you a headlock, but don't get, but in general, you have to like push me to that limit, to get to that point. But I've always been like super nice, and like I like to be nice to like the other nerds, because I'm a nerd. I'm just like, no.
Oh, that's the worst. That's the worst. Martina, listen, I have to stop you right there.
Okay.
I have to say something that may offend you, but you are quite possibly the worst in any nerdy ecosystem, because here's why. When you are like the pixie dream girl that is hot, but yet at the same time you are nerdy yourself, and it's like you're not part of the popular group, but you're with the nerds. All of the nerds are like fucking. They will literally stab each other for your affection, because they're like, you are the pixie nerdy girl of my dreams. And
no,
so,
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, because like I'm not accepting the popular kids, right? And it's the same thing right now at 35 on the internet, right? There's the popular kids, right? There's the popular kids. There's all the e-celebs. And if you notice, all the other check marks, all the other big names, they don't really mention me. They don't really retweet me. They don't really engage with me. Like, you'll notice that. I always engage, like other followers, like the, really fringe accounts are always like, Martina's really dope. She always engages with us. I'm like, yeah, I mean, like, if you notice, big guys don't engage with me. So I'm like, then with the smaller guys, but then I have like the crew in the like, not popular crew, and they see my account and they see I'm verified, and they think that I'm like some like, pretty bitch, and it's like that's coming in for like the pay pigs or whatever. And then I'm not accepted with them, and they're just like, no, she's just here for attention, and I'm just like, no, dude, they don't accept me, you don't accept me, and I don't fit anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, where the fuck do I fit? So I don't know. I'm like really empathetic. If I can talk like fucking what's his name, Shane Dawson. I'm an empath. Okay.
Look at Buff in the chat. Ramona Flowers.
I'm an empath, so I really feel deeply for others. And so with the Chris Chan types or whatever and the other nerds, I'm always like, I feel really like deeply, but you're right. And then it comes down to some of those like the Christian types that is like,
but it's not even your
much.
fault. But here's the thing, like, it's not even your fault. It's the fact. It's just this ecosystem of like being a part of like interesting nerd subcultures. It is largely a sausage fest. It is largely guys who don't have experience with women. And hey, I'm like believe it or not, I don't have a lot of experience with women, but it's so I can feel for that. And it's not even like, having seen this, it's not even a conscious like thing on the part of a lot of these like alternative girls. It's just what ends up happening just because of the dynamic. So you probably in high school, you probably had like a million nerdy guys trying to like do things for you and get you your attention and shit, because they know they have no chance with the popular girls, but they have a chance with you maybe. So it's like
yeah. I mean, I don't know about high school, but maybe like the internet, like Twitter. Yeah. That's fair on Twitter. Yeah.
Was it my astrology time?
Yes, it's.
I can't wait for this. Can't wait for this one.
We're doing the big small guy.
The big small guy.
Big small wall tall.
Biggie Smalls. Whoa! Look at that.
What's your relationship to boxes? Like a square, like either being caught in a square, or trying to get out of a square. People viewing you as square.
Honestly, I can't think of something, but maybe I'll get something. But and off the top of my head, I unfortunately don't really I can't think of anything.
Okay. There's some symbolism in here as it relates to squares and being contained. And also you have Saturn conjunct Sun, which Saturn is restriction and Sun is self. But another keyword that I want to say is
I could maybe think of something, but I wouldn't want to say it publicly.
Oh.
I could see something possibly working for that.
Caught in a box. Another thing would be the relationship between love and anger, or lover or a fighter. A lot of that going on here.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty true.
Lover or fighter, we don't know. Very self-critical. Maybe you attack yourself.
I would say for a long time I was like that. I don't think I'm like that anymore, though.
Okay.
I'm just saying that I don't know if that indicates that if I'm not like that anymore, of some sort of.
You know a lot of rowdy people.
Oh yeah.
A lot of rowdy, the rowd crowd.
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe even some people who like physically get into physical altercations with people.
Yeah. No. Yes. I do that too.
You have a bit of an issue with partying too much.
Well, no, but maybe I basically can't party, but
partying, video games, like just having like too much fun.
Maybe, sure, it's possible. Yeah.
Maybe an issue with drugs, drinking, alcohol.
No, I don't have a problem with drugs, but
maybe
I think I could, if that makes sense. I think I would be able to have a problem with drugs.
Well, do you do anything that's drug-like?
Video games?
No. I mean, I definitely. I mean, I don't know if you are aware of this, but I mean, I've done a lot of like in public agitation. I also drive very fast a lot.
Okay, I like that. Drive very fast. Yeah. So when I say too much, because it's also athletics.
Like when I came when I even was trying to come for the show today, I had to pick up something for my parents, and I was driving very, very dangerously to come back. And I keep on thinking when I get out of my car that if I continue driving like this, I'm gonna die. But I don't know if that's what you're you want to.
Well, yeah, I mean that is the fifth house activity is driving too fast. Have you ever driven like an actual like with intent to like win a race?
No, not personally, but I mean, in fact, last summer I was in a car crash with someone who was drifting.
Interesting.
And we were both on acid and drunk, so.
Oh shit!
I think that qualifies as a drug problem.
Well, sure, but I mean, I haven't.
You got into a car accident while on acid.
I almost got into a car accident.
Can I get the point on this one, Lev? Official referee.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, thanks.
I'm trying to be as honest as possible.
Okay. Well, you're also being a little of a nitpick.
Hey. I'm sorry.
Because you got a Virgo ascendant, so it's got to be very particular. It's got to be very specific.
I'm very Epicurean.
Ooh, there you go.
That's not the right word. But
yeah, no, it is. Oh, listen, I know. I've read Lucretius. Don't get in this fight with me.
That's more. That's
I know Epicureanism. I know about the school of the garden. I know. Okay,
yes.
Isn't that like the word for like your fine wine and?
Oh no, I'm talking about Epicurean atomic philosophy.
I'm not familiar with that definition.
Oh, but it's. I can actually say this quickly, and it's interesting to hear. But no, okay. No, Epicureans are like it's about moderation and like finding a mean and like and finding like a joy in a mean. And it's kind of like in opposition to the Stoics. The Stoics are like austere. And Nietzsche talks about like the Stoical versus the Epicurean, or like the democratic versus the medieval, and like relates them. And so I would say I'm more Epicurean, and I'm like actually try to not be too austere, and also not, and try to like get joy in a mean and like kind of the democratic personality.
Yeah, but that's crazy, because I think like, I don't know, I get the impression that you're more of like, you are like the middle way, but you're like the voice of reason almost between like the crazy people you hang out with. Like when you go with Frank Castle, for instance, and you do public castlings, you're like the guy in the background. You're like the guy that is crowd control. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Frank is doing his thing, and you're there. And
you're filming.
Yeah.
Or being involved with it, actually.
Yeah, or being involved.
I've done a number of hassles. None of them have come out, though.
Oh, I want to see that. That'd be crazy.
If you don't mind me, but one of the best ones I did a series of them where I would walk. People would be ordering food at like a drive-through, and I would walk in their way and then start adding things to their order.
Oh my god, that's
And the best one was like this woman like literally started like trying to beat me up as this old man and this woman and her like father, and she was so fucking mad at me, and she just started calling me a pedophile for no reason. And then I went to run because they called the police. I went to run into Sam's truck, and she jumped in front of the truck, and it was like a Tiananmen Square like fucking thing. Fuck. But yeah, that would like totally mind fuck people, like that right there. Oh my god, that's I was gonna kind of bring up something like that with the cuties discussion, but I didn't want to be too like self branding or something.
No, you can be as self branding as you want on the stream.
But regardless, like like I feel with something like cuties, like versus like a Harmony Korine film, like I always felt like with the stuff that I've done with Frank, it's like the beginning of the joke is like you've already gone too far. To like to do anything we've done, you already are starting at the point of where it's too far. So the only way to be you have to like redeem it by being funny, and if you don't, it just is like you're being a criminal basically. So it's like with cuties, if it was just good, no one would care. If it was just really good, like no one would care that it's.
If it was gummo, then no one would care.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I said in the beginning.
Which I think you put in maybe a more diplomatic way by saying it's not. Gummo was an independent film, but like, yeah, I think cuties is just probably not a good film. Is part of the other issue.
Gio, do you remember this was the point that I was telling earlier to Mr. Girl, who thought that it was a great film? Yeah. Like I said, I saw the film. It's just like a very average film. It's like it's not even one of those
Yeah,
shows
it's
that's
not
like
a dramatic,
so bad it's good. It's just like it's forgettable, you know. Other than all the brouhaha
That's
that
the
was
crime
made
of it. Yeah, it's not Sallow. It's not Gummo. It's not Last Tango in Paris. It's none of those. Yeah, but it's funny because like now that John brought it up, this is why I think I want to get John back on the show with Frank Castle, because I think what they do is like very crazy and interesting because there's a level of intelligence to it. Whereas I think all of the old school YouTube prank channel bullshit where it was all staged, like that to me is just like clickbait filth, you know what I mean? But like the stuff, especially on the level of like the MDE-esque editing, I think it comes out this like panacea of like these discordant, like chaotic experience hitting you. Like the ad for the latest season of Frank Castle's work is really crazy. Like you're like, I'm a psychologist. I'm diagnosing you as a mental gimp. You're my mental slave, and it's
I'm supposed to go and do some of my own hassles soon, and I'm going to go out and do card tricks and try to like pick a card, and then someone picks a card, and I want to go like, oh, you're gay now. You want to have sex with men, and you're gay, and you're getting horny right now. Like,
would you do it in the hood, like the magic?
I mean, I don't want to get beaten up.
Well, Frank did one in the hood where the famous "you dropped your dogs, bro."
Oh yeah, I was there for that. I think I'm in the background though.
Yeah.
That was Fall River, which is a horrible ghetto in Massachusetts.
Wow.
But I'm sorry. We'll look at Michael's there all pensive. I feel bad. We've cut him.
Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say that you like pissing people off.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh shit!
I definitely do like pissing people off.
Like you really like it.
Yeah, yes, that would be true. I would say.
Words combined. Technology, optimism, fun, and risk taking.
I would say I relate to a lot of those things. I mean, my whole life so far has been like internet risk taking, basically.
Like, could you be like one of those guys that like they what's that when they climb those buildings when they're not supposed to, and then they're like
parkour guy?
What's it?
Is that parkour or something, or like?
No, but they're like on like 97-story buildings in Shanghai.
Free climbing. Yeah, free climbing.
Yeah, what about it like that?
Well, I mean, I can't physically do that, but I mean, definitely. I don't think you've seen the stuff.
But stuff that Michael, looks or feels like that is what I mean.
I would say probably the stuff I've done. I've done with Frank is pretty much as
it's on that level of danger,
as insane as you possibly can be without like. I've been punched and attacked for stuff that I've done, and had the police call me a lot too.
Yeah, so there's a lot of that going on.
yeah.
Did you ever get arrested or
antagonism?
I have not been arrested, but I do think that there is like an ID out for me and Frank in Providence. Because a few times the police have just like stopped and then like looked at us.
Oh shit!
Well, it's kind of a similar thing to Eric Andre, but I'm not sure if he handles it differently or not. Like I remember there was this one bit where he went into a jewelry store as a one of those people with the metal detector.
Oh yeah,
and slammed the metal detector and just picked up some jewelry. And there was some poor security guard who just tried to grab him, but he managed to run away.
I feel like what Frank Castle and John, and to an extent what Sam Hyde does, it's very much a continuity of a lot of the stuff like edgy alternative people grew up with in the 90s or early 2000s with like Liquid Television and Wonder Chosen, and like Wonder Chosen had the puppet where he would go and troll like homeless people and stuff. And I feel like a lot of that like chaotic sort of performance art to me, like it almost compels me to write something about Frank Castle and John, because I feel like there's something about how they approach these people and like totally like in the shortest period of time just totally eviscerates their psyche and just totally breaks them down. and it's really crazy because it reminds me of what this one guy on a Nobody TM episode said. This older guy, where he talks about aliens and stuff, but he talks about how he's like 30% of the American population is clinically insane, and people are just walking around there, and people are insane, and they have a very fragile psyche. And I feel like if someone like John and Frank and Sam, when they go up to people and they do this, people have like incredibly fragile psyches, and just someone just like to take that like hairpin and just whack it like nothing, and it's like you see them unfold.
I think my favorite thing that this hasn't come out, but we did a hassle in a Starbucks, and it wasn't going very well, and I was doing it, and Frank came in, and this woman was like, I forgot, I was like trying to it was some stupid bit, and I was trying to make her upset, and then Frank came in, and he started making problems, and she started complaining that she was having a panic attack. So Frank pointed at her like directly and went like, "She's having an attack!" Like screaming at the top of his lung and pointing in her face. "She's having an attack! Everybody, God. She's having an attack!" And it was like transcendent experience of like insanity, and just like it's so crazy. Just I don't even know how to describe the experience. It's like nothing else. It's like so insane. It's just crazy.
So what I want to say is you feel like you're trapped in a box, so you piss other people off, and it's a lot of fun for you to piss other people off, which helps you feel less trapped in a box.
I mean, yeah, I would probably say so. Sure.
Like there's a relationship between you being trapped in a box and then you antagonizing other people as a way of breaking out of your own box.
Damn.
I'm
okay with that. I'll take the deal I have right now. I mean, I would like to get out of the box.
Because if you think about it, so when someone is just like normal, their behavior is in a box, right? You know what they're gonna do. Mm-hmm. But when you piss them off, it's like everything has changed, right? Now they're breaking out of that default behavior. You've kind of sparked them to go in a different direction. Mm-hmm. So another thing that would be good for you in this chart is to piss people off in order to incite them to action. Mm. So where people are stagnant or stuck in a box or they're just
I don't know if this is that, but the other day there's a guy on Twitter, Kantian Zoomer, I think his name is. I don't know if and he was complaining about the state of like philosophy and stuff like that in America, and he was like saying like, "Oh, Americans don't care about philosophy," and I said, "Stop being a bitch." And,
oh no! Don't do that. He's a great guy.
Well, he was being a bitch, like just do it. Stop complaining about it. So I don't know if that's an example of that.
Well, and because you're really action oriented. Mm-hmm. So you also you incite other people to action, but then you yourself are also action oriented.
I would hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, but so yeah, you should just go around and keep poking people.
No, it's almost what John does on Twitter is an extension of what him and Frank do, where it's almost like a Zen master, like whacking you with a cane.
Yeah.
Like he says one thing on Twitter, and it's just like it just breaks you out of your pretension. And it's really fascinating. He's done that to me before.
I've apologized to you a lot privately for what I've said.
But I would definitely be cautious of doing LSD and getting in a car accident. Things like that. I think you can get yourself into trouble by having too much fun on drugs.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I haven't done drugs really since then.
Or might I say, too much speed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'll be more cautious.
Yeah.
We may have saved your life today.
That's true.
And also, what's going on with the inner, like, hitting yourself kind of stuff?
Do
you hit yourself?
I don't regularly, but I'll be completely frank. I recently, I've been having a lot of trouble with family stuff. So because I wanted to hit someone in my family, I performatively started beating myself up. was kind of like Fight Club.
Yes, just like that scene where he like punches himself in the face.
I mean, yeah, basically that.
Yeah, either physically or mentally, or like saying like basically turning the anger inward, or turning the criticism like on like in a way that like turns the heat up like very hot.
I mean, I used to be a lot like that, but I mean, I'm not even kidding about this. I would say I spent like many months like really seriously studying Freud, and I think after that it made me much better at not doing that at all pretty much anymore, and Lucretius too, and Aristotle.
Nice.
And I study seriously. I'm not like a pseudo. I've been reading Aristotle's Organon for like a year and a half. So,
by the way, what translation of Aristotle do you read? The one that I recently got, it's supposed to be like the most direct from Greek. All right, let's take a look.
I don't know. This is the best translation of the Metaphysics. It's by Richard
I have a really old ass copy.
It's by Richard Hope, but I use sorry, I didn't have the microphone, but this is the best Aristotle's Metaphysics by Richard. The translation by Richard Hope is really good. The Penguin translations are like insanely terrible. I've used the especially the one for the Metaphysics is like probably the worst you can read. But I use the multi-volume thing just because there's not even that many translations for like prior analytics and Categoria but I mean I went to school for classics, so I mean I don't really do it that much, but I do it with a friend of mine who's a classic student, and we do look at the Greek sometimes.
You have Pluto in the third house, so Pluto is depth and obsession, and third house is like learning and education.
Why so I do that?
You dig to the bottom of information.
Sure, yeah. I would hope so.
Yeah.
By the way, what do you think about the Joe Sachs translations?
Is that is that who the Oxford volume translation is?
I don't think it's the Oxford one, because this is the one that did not go through. Like, I know there was this Oxford dean back in the day, during those old days of England, who was like this really big guy, and he was the one who translated a lot of Aristotle. But after him, like, everybody kind of took that version, but that version was translated from Latin. So Joel Sachs's version is translated from Greek, so it's a lot more concise. There's a lot less flowery language.
Yeah, I'm sure the Oxford probably uses from Greek translations, because I feel like they list the manuscripts, and I feel like I've seen that they are Greek manuscripts. But I mean, for me personally, I know that I'm not going to get through really understanding Aristotle if I like actually go through the Greek. And if I do go through the Greek, it'll be like once I've gotten very far into philosophy and then come back to, like, if I get past Hegel, I'll consider like going back to looking through the Greek. But I mean, people say you should go through the Greek of like these classical philosophers, and I think there's a lot to get out of it. But I also think that's a very like advanced interpretive position.
That's if you have a goal, like if you have like an actual career in it too. So I don't feel there's anything wrong with translations. I mean, honestly. I mean,
I haven't really succeeded, but I barely just started translating some German. There's a book by this guy Schluss, who is like the mentor of Schopenhauer, and it's called Schenimus? Let me see. But I just started trying to translate that. I don't know if I'm gonna finish it, but
so you know German?
Not really, but I'm definitely capable of translating it, at least slowly. I mean, because when you learn Latin and Greek, you have to learn all the mechanics of language. And before I went to college, I did try to get into German a little bit, and I did a little bit of translating of some stuff.
What about philosophical debate?
I mean, I think it's pretty hard to come by. I mean, I was just at my I hope I'm not like using your commentary as like a here's a story from my life. Here's a story, like an omnibus thing. But I was at my friend's bachelor party, and we're all into philosophy. And I was in the we were at this bar, and I started talking to him about dialectical rationality, and he's really into Nietzsche, so he's like, and nihilism. And then he was like, oh, you can just like not care about dialectical rationality and just do poetry. And I was just like, you can't do it. And we got in like a full like yelling match about like Hegel and dialectical rationality in the outside this bar. So I guess that does count as philosophical debate.
Yeah, and you love that. So what's that saying with that movie where Matt Damon like owns that other guy in the bar?
Was that Mr. Ripley?
Like Matt Damon is like all smart, but he's like a janitor.
Goodwill Hunting.
Goodwill Hunting. Have you seen that scene?
Actually, I feel like I think I have. I think I've seen it in school.
Yeah. So basically, Matt Damon basically owns this other guy in a bar.
I would say personally, and luckily, the people I'm friends with are they're not like I can't. The people I'm friends with, I can't just be like, I owned, like, I just schooled you, like, you're owned, like, you know what I mean? Like, most of my friends are very well educated, at least in terms of philosophy and the arts. So I'm never like, just like, oh, you thought you knew something about philosophy? Well, look at, like, I got this, like, you know what I mean? Like, most of the time, people they really know more than me.
Well, listen, I'm not huge into, like studying philosophers and all that stuff. I just like alchemy, which kind of goes hand in hand with those kinds of concepts. But I do have this book which you guys might think is interesting. It's called Philosophies of Art and Beauty, Selected Readings in Aesthetics from Plato to Heidegger, and sometimes I go over that.
Oh, I think I've come across that book. Yeah.
Really? Yeah. No. So my whole thing is I love aesthetics, beauty, things like that. So I thought this is a really cool crossover with philosophy.
You should get Eric Neumann's book, Art in the Collective Unconscious. I feel that's your vibe.
Ooh, that sounds really good.
Then Sexual Persona.
So we gotta. Like I don't want to keep Michael waiting. We gotta get to our next people right now.
Oh, yeah,
so we're gonna start with Small Strong Cheese, our $25 donor. And not to put more work into Michael's gloves here, but there are still 2 slots left. And whoever is interested in Michael doing the reading, donate, and you will get the reading done. And also whatever comment you write, I am going to say it out loud on the stream. So there we go. I will post the image right now, and also asking everybody to subscribe once again for those who have not subscribed right now. And go to our Patreon, patreon.com/breaktherules with a 3. And $20 patrons are going to get an exquisite print from the main man, Giovanni.
Can I thank Michael?
What?
Thank you for reading my astrology chart.
Oh,
yeah, man.
I was worried.
By the way, do you have any boxing friends?
No. I think I have a clear idea of what a boxing could be. I just don't think I can share it publicly.
No. Sorry, I meant, do you have any friends that are willing to get in a ring and like spar?
Probably not. But I have like I used to wrestle with my friends.
Yeah. Get some of that in your life. Get somebody who wants to fight.
I'm not.
I'll do it, man. I'll give you a nice.
I'll give you a nice.
Trigger, I'll follow it up with a
maybe Martina Marcota will.
Yeah, you guys should fight.
Yeah,
it'd be good. It'd be great.
I'm gonna close my video and audio, but just because I'm gonna eat. But are you okay with me popping back in once I'm done?
Sure,
eating?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Sure.
And always, just so you know, we are a mukbang-friendly stream, as you saw with me eating my Russian cuisine.
Dude, I was also eating too. I don't know if you guys realized, but in the middle of it, I was like. Go ahead.
Nice. All right.
Lev does that every show. He had his whole meal just a few seconds ago. The whole thing.
Oh yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed that. And that's zucchini, by the way, like fried,
nice.
Lightly
I
fried
personally
zucchini.
don't do it. I don't think it's good manners. I don't think it's good showmanship.
Oh come on, it wasn't bad. People got
called me out.
No, I'm not kidding. I don't talk about poop. I don't eat in front of people.
Oh no, that's completely different. Of course,
I don't do these things. Poop. I think these are essential rude things you can't do.
No, I don't think eating around people is rude, I think it's an intimate thing. That's why the Last Supper, breaking bread, it's a very intimate thing that you do around.
But here's the thing with the camera, it forces them to look directly at you. When you eat, I don't think I actually really directly look at people. It's, it's like, eating is basically, I don't know if Gio or anyone was like this, but you'd be in the high school bathroom and your friend would be in like the stall next to you and you'd like be talking to your friend while you're taking a shit. And it was like, fine. But I think that's basically what eating is. It's like that. It fucks with your brain, I think. It's like, I never try to screw with people's food or anything because I think
that's an instinctual impulse, right?
I don't want to mess around with that. It's like, so it's too powerful.
See, that's where you're reading Freud, though. The inherent humiliation with toiletry. If you like go and fuck with someone while they're in a public washroom, that's like, oh man, that's total psychic humiliation.
I'm a woman, so I don't do any of that. So
I have no excuse. Small follower may have a good point here. I don't know. I like doing a contest with myself, though, to see if I can swallow the grape from a distance. And I managed to get some of them in. Some of them fell on the floor, which is very unfortunate. But I don't know. I like playing games like that. Anyway, let's get to Small Strong Cheese. $25 donation.
Is Small Strong Cheese on the line?
Yes, but well, they're using a different name, so I'm not really sure if they're going to reveal themselves or not. But yeah, I wonder, okay, I know who you are. Could you sign in onto the chat as Small Strong Cheese, and that way you'll be able to write? Or even like, look, I could send you the Patreon. Yeah, not Patreon. See this. I could send you the Zoom link right now because I know who you are. Just sign in without your name. There we go. That's how we're going to do it. But you can start talking about it, and I'm going to see if I can get him in.
Yeah.
So, 1 second. Well, I mean, you could already start because I still have to send him the message and all that.
Okay. Well, I mean, is it?
He's watching.
He confirm? Okay.
He's watching. He's aware.
All right, Mr. Cheese, Mr. I was just trying to see if I could find the word cheese in the chart, but I see small and I see strong though. So, well, so they have a very balsamic moon, which basically means that this person's life is essentially, they kind of have this feeling when they're like, am I going to die already? Like they're kind of over it, if you will. Like they're at the end of a cycle. So things that are like basically their goal in life is to plant a seed, because it's like a tree that is like about to go into winter and it just needs to leave its seed. So that is pretty strong energy. And I wonder if it might have to do something with their job, maybe like leaving a legacy with their job or their career, something that they're known for, leaving some kind of legacy. There's a lot of Virgo going on here. So this person is very particular. Very good at details, and again with the self-criticism, striving of perfection. It's almost like, so they have the Jupiter-Venus conjunction, so it's almost like they want something big, but they want something small at the same time. It's like
he does say that I do write and make music.
He writes in, yeah. So Venus is music, right? So he has a lot of creative. He has a tremendous amount of the Venus, of the creative, and also people want to have Venus in Virgo. Lev, you have Venus in Virgo. They could be particular with their art, so that allows them to, like a lot of art is like details, drawing little lines and stuff like that. So it gives them the power, the potential to drill down into how to actually construct this artwork.
He says,
How to
but
draw
music
the-
is not known. Writing is for money.
Wait, say it again.
Music not known. Writing is for money.
Yeah. He's got the Scorpio ascendant, so that means that he likes to be, well, Scorpio is secretive. Scorpio is obsessive. Like, essentially, like, Scorpio is like secret or mystery. So when someone has a Scorpio ascendant, they're not really showing you all their cards. So that could mean that what you see is not like what's there, like what's really behind the curtain, but it could just mean that they're like, you don't see them at all, kind of. With the Leo, so actually this chart reminds me a lot of Sophia chart, because you got the Scorpio ascendant with the Leo midheaven with a lot of planets there. So like there's Sun, Moon, and Mercury all crowded around the midheaven in Leo, and Leo is art and music. So there's definitely something going on with that. In terms of that's kind of interesting, because so when you have Leo midheaven, that's performance. But the ruler of the second house, which is money, is Jupiter in Virgo, and Virgo is has to do with is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury is writing or communication. So it's like saying that he's known for, or he wants to be known for performance, but he's more likely to make his money through things that are Mercury ruled, which have to do with writing and communication. But his Mercury is in Leo, which means that the style, the way that the writing comes out is music.
He says, I do not perform, make money only from sales.
He said, didn't he say writing was for money? Writing for money?
Yeah, well, I guess sales from the writing.
Oh. Yeah, so
that makes sense, he said.
Yeah. So we've got the Pluto in the first house, which has to do with, those are the kinds of people that prefer like dark stuff, or they have a dark side to them, or they can see through people, or they have like an intense view of the world, or they see like all the things that can go wrong. Like they can see like how things can get real. They have an eye for survival. Yeah, definitely with a Scorpio. Anyone who's Scorpio ascendant is going to have an eye for survival.
He says that he sells words, books, newsletters. He writes the ads as well.
Yeah, so by the way, all that Mercury stuff, all the Virgo stuff is all Mercury ruled. Mercury is writing and communication. So there's 3 planets in Virgo. So with the idea that he's got Saturn in the third house opposite the Mercury here, which means that he's very serious about communication or writing, or he's very structured about it, or there's structure imposed on his thinking and writing. Or yeah. I would imagine.
He says,
yeah.
Yes, I immediately look at darkness and plot for survival of many scenarios, but more than survival, prospering.
Yeah, well, he's going to prosper when everyone dies, basically. So in a situation where everyone is, if there's an apocalypse scenario like this, he will rise. So it's like an attunement towards destruction.
Interesting.
Always expecting the worst. Always being prepared for the worst.
This is very true. I follow a strict system for making images via sentences and paragraphs.
Yeah. Because it's got Saturn in the third house. So Saturn is structure and seriousness, and the third house is communication. So, and it's opposite the Mercury. So yeah, there's a lot going on. So one thing that is true about Virgos, it has a lot to do with making yourself useful. So Gemini Mercury is just wants all information, but Virgo Mercury is like what information is useful. So it's a strong sense of having a discriminating eye, like being able to see like what can I use and what do I not need. So that would be a strong theme of the chart, is knowing when to make yourself useful and knowing what information is useful and what information is not useful.
Nice. So if there is not anything else to add, let's move. Oh, he says, read Brilliance Breakthrough by Eugene Schwartz. More info on this. And I just want to say that Small Strong Cheese, that because he is a survivor, he is betting on Break the Rules. And he is somebody who I am really fortunate to have on my side. So I just want to say, Small Strong Cheese, I really appreciate you. And I look forward to many more years of collaboration and bringing to fruition something quite amazing. So let's go to Concrete Bowl.
Concrete Bowl. Bring it up.
Yes, and Concrete Bowl. By the way, Concrete Bowl, H Money, who I apologize I did not put on the chart before. H Money, $5 donor. And Mimi Bear 97. Can you please go into this Discord channel, the Discord server, into the chat so you can also write, or in the YouTube chat, whichever. I think the Discord's better just because everybody's going to see it. There we go. Concrete Bowl is in the house, ready for the chart. So I am going to grab it from you, Michael. 1 second.
Oh, hold on. I didn't send it yet.
Yes, you did not send it yet. So
1 second.
By the way, while I'm still here, I'm going to say that I had a dream yesterday where I met a teacher named Flatiron Cox Garcia. And Mrs. Garcia was teaching a class in the park on the west edge of New York City. She asked the kids who they were voting for. I wanted to fly, but my body was stuck to the grass. I told her about the importance of lowering prices and how there is a war of the upper and lower class versus the middle class. So that was the dream from not yesterday, but the day before yesterday.
Which is your dream?
Crazy.
Yeah. I like that I was able to talk about economic policies in my dream. I think Jules has a lot to do with it because he's always talking about how important it is to lower prices. So I'm happy that I was able to at least make that argument to the teacher. Because these are like rich kids, by the way. These are rich kids who were sitting in the park on the west. Like there was this park area which doesn't really exist, but in my dream it did, on the westmost side of New York City. And they were just sitting there with their desks learning, but it was a very I kind of know who they're voting for and all that, all that's already decided. But I still want to appeal to them.
Yeah, I sent you the Concrete Bowl.
Here it is. All right, let's go for it.
Concrete Bowl. This is a male, right?
I believe so. I mean, Concrete Bowl, you tell us. Are you male, female, somewhere in between?
I think that, maybe they can't decide because they're a Libra. By the way, Libra tends to be bisexual. Not necessarily like that they are bisexual, but they can't really decide which way has better, was better to be a male or a female. So in a lot of different things, they try to be both. Right. So
this is
Concrete Bowl is.
This is where a lot of the NBs come from. That's the new name now. Instead of saying non-binary, they call themselves NBs.
Yeah. So wait, do we have an open line of communication with Concrete Bowl?
He says yes, male.
Yes, male. Okay. Well, so by the way, Mr. Concrete Bowl was born on a full moon, which is pretty cool. So that has to do a lot with either, for example, Donald Trump was born on a full moon. So people who are born on the full moon tend to have a very large presence or like a high self-awareness, because the full moon is like the point in the cycle that like what's going to happen, basically. So I would also say they probably resonate with the full moon whenever there's a full moon. But so they have sun in the 12th house. So the sun is the father. So it's not always true, but often it's true is that either the father was either not there in some way, or like not emotionally there, or they like worked in the ocean or the Navy, or they're like spiritual, or they're kind of like they don't have a lot of structure to them. That could happen sometimes with the sun in the 12th house.
He says, I can see that. I am pretty indecisive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So yeah, but in general, this person's gonna be, there's a lot of indecisiveness in general, because they're always weighing out the balance of things with everything. They have a sun in Libra, and they have an ascendant in Libra. And by the way, personally happy to read a Libra, because you don't really see a lot of Libras in the astrology community. It's all fucking Pisces and Scorpio, by the way.
He says, my dad worked as a trucker, worked a lot.
That's astrology racism.
Yeah.
Right there.
So his dad was like always like, he was not there, right? Like he was a trucking, basically. He wasn't home a lot, is what I would say.
Yeah, like a latchkey kid.
Yeah. So something like that. Maybe you saw the moon is mother. His mom might have been a bit aggressive, because moon in Aries. And it's conjunct to Saturn, so maybe the mother was a little bit of the father, or a little bit of like strict in some way. Let's see. So yeah, but back to the Libra. So for example, if someone asked them to like pick the plan when there's a Libra involved, they don't know what to pick, especially if there's a whole bunch of options. They're like, I don't know which one. And the other thing with a Libra ascendant is their identity, in order to like be themselves, they like kind of need another person, which is a little bit of a paradox. And by the way, Libra has a lot to do with measuring out a paradox. So they're probably more comfortable with things that like holding two ideas in their head that don't make sense, or don't necessarily reconcile. So I guess like it's almost like saying like for example, like the male female thing, like a paradox is it's like thinking both at the same time. It's better to be male and better to be female, but thinking both of that at the same time, even though there has to be one that would win out over the other in order for it to make sense.
He says that he's a very strong and cool guy, his dad is, but was not around a lot because of work, and his mom was the more dominant figure, stricter.
Yep. Yeah. So when he said cool, did he say his dad was cool? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because so Libra is basically cool, because so Libra has to do with being chill. Like the goal of a Libra is to chill. So they like to keep things balanced, right? And it's ruled by Venus, so Venus is chill. By the way, I don't know what this person does, but they again have Venus and Mars in Leo in the 10th house. So with a Leo midheaven. So I don't know if this person is also an artist of some kinds. I wouldn't be surprised if they were, or if they work in artistic fields. But yeah, so since they're so chill, that they kind of, so Libra's balance, it's left and right. So the Aries here is going to be, because the Aries 7, the partner cusp for the Aries. So when you fight someone, you're taking one position, right? So they kind of need someone else to like decide, or like take one position, or be like, well, let's do this, to kind of tilt the scale, if you will. So they tend to get along, or they're more completed by people who are able to tip their scale in one direction versus the other.
So if that is it, I am going to go to H Money, but we have to find H Money first. So H Money, if you are listening to this, you donated $5, and I really appreciate that. So either I can send you a Zoom link, or you can message us on the Discord. But right now, I'm not sure where H Money is, so we could just get it started. So I'm sure he's going to be, or she is going to be
It's
listening to
ironic
this.
that H Money is losing his money.
you could certainly say that. Yeah, I know what's going on.
Let me get the H Money.
All right, while we're getting the H Money, small follower, how's the meal?
Good. I'm all recharged. You know.
Good. Oh, here we go.
Whoa.
H Money, Hank. Hank is here. By the way, King of the Hill, very good show. I recently started watching it.
Oh my God, you didn't watch it back in the day?
I kind of got turned off from the art style when I was younger.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah, but it's a really good show, and I'm glad to be on it finally. As well as JoJo. I'm watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the second one, Stardust Crusaders. I finally got to the Egypt part. So anyway, I also, by the way, I sent you the Zoom link, Hank, in case you want to join us on Zoom. I send it as a DM on Discord. But anyway, let me grab your stuff here. 1 second.
By the way, Lev, if you check out my Discord, we have a new emoji, and it's
I
really
saw
funny.
it. It's incredible.
You saw it? Okay.
Yes. In fact, I'm going to post this emoji in the chat as well.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Okay.
I happened to come across it accidentally, and I was like, this is the most joyous.
Martina, are you going to follow me on Twitter after this?
I already did.
Okay.
I didn't see you following me.
I didn't see your thing. I didn't see the notification.
Really? Oh, Martina,
By the way, Gio, here it is. Here is the emoji.
Oh my God. Holy shit. There you go.
Did you see it? I don't see it. Where did you post it?
It's on the screen. Do you
So
see on the
fast, dude.
Oh
my God.
Dude, I came across that accidentally. Like, it was just like frozen. I don't know. Like I have a million tabs. I'm a crazy tab person, so I have a million tabs open. One of them was the stream.
Yeah, me too.
And it was the most joyous. Like it's so. There's something about it. I was like, oh my God, that's now an emoji in our Discord.
Now somebody in Martina's Discord. Somebody in Martina's Discord has to make an emoji out of the Antifa Yakub. That's gonna be your next one.
Oh, we have that. We have Yakub.
No, but Antifa Yakub. Did you see that thing I posted earlier?
Big head, yeah.
It's not just a big head. It's like a head whose hemispheres have been split.
His enlightened consciousness is pouring out of his head. So.
Right.
Okay, here we go. Here is Hank's. Here it is. Spotlight.
H Money. The man of heavy responsibility in the workplace. So I don't know if I don't know if he has chosen his career yet or not. But when he does, or when he gets into it, maybe later in life, he's probably going to carry a lot of weights at the workplace with Saturn on the midheaven. This person is also a Libra. So all the things I talked about indecisiveness, about needing a partner, about being pleasant, or being polite, applies to this person as well. They have a Cancer ascendant, so that means that they value security, and they value home and family a lot. They have some interesting seventh house energy going on. So maybe they have partners that don't stick around, or partners that kind of evaporate into a mirage, if you will, or either they're very eccentric or spiritual, could be a thing. They're very intense about their creativity. So. Like they're very possessive of their creativity. So they expect to be the best, their artwork to be appreciated for for what it is, and they are very expressive because they have a grand trine in fire. So that adds an element of luck in their life. Things come to them easily when you have a grand trine, or either that, or you kind of always save from destruction in the last minute. They have an abundance of skills, of material skills, because they have Jupiter in the 6th house.
See, I always do this, by the way, when somebody shows up and they use a name that is not a name that I recognize. Okay, okay, good, okay. You never know. I really want to avoid doxing people, so I always want to ask, because people don't realize, like when you go into Zoom, you may be using your actual name.
Yeah, your real name.
I think they think a lot about communication. How do you communicate? What's the most way to effective way to communicate? How to include people in the conversation.
Well, speaking of including people in the conversation, he's here right now. So, Henry, hello, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
How's it going?
Good.
Hey.
Have you heard what I said, Mr. H Money?
Yes, it's pretty accurate so far.
Nice.
We want to see how much money you have in your bank account.
Post statement.
Well, one thing I was going to say is that he loves money, and he loves to show you his money.
Oh, money grubber here.
Wait, Henry, do you have any crypto? Any Bitcoin?
I don't.
Okay.
Not at the
Really?
moment. I have friends that are into it.
A no coiner.
No coin.
See, I'm just looking for someone with some Bitcoin for a test. Like anybody who has any Bitcoin, just send it to us. Send like the smallest amount.
Yeah, like a Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, just so I could see if it shows up on the screen, because now we're using this new crypto donate feature, where if you go to this site and you donate the crypto, it should show up with a message. But we have
How
yet
much
to
is
have
like
a
one
crypto
coin
person.
now?
10,700.
Oh my God! Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I know because I own it.
Oh wait, Michael, you could send us some crypto, huh? I'll pay you back.
Oh come on, man!
Ah,
I'm in the middle of the thing
okay,
right now.
Okay, next time.
Real scams aren't gonna work, Lev.
Jeez.
Well, you know, Lev is of a certain ethnic tribe. Never mind. Never mind.
He's a Trotskyist.
He's a small hat, as certain people call.
So I might imagine that this person enjoys talking about art and the specifics of art. Like what is it that particularly makes something beautiful? I think they would enjoy having a conversation about that, or getting more information about that. I would imagine their girlfriend or partner, or etc., is kind of off doing their own thing. The partner is very stubborn. Operates on their own schedule. Has their own identity, is their own person.
I actually don't have one at the moment, but
well, when you do, like, that's a common trait in the girls that you date. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so.
So like you love being at home. You love cooking and and those things, but like she's like, she doesn't really fit in the house, if you will. But I think you're thinking a lot about partnership right now. Definitely something that's come to your forefront recently. Definitely in the past year or so, for sure. And also maybe you could say home and family has come under your focus. Maybe could also be something with your mother. Well, that hasn't happened yet, but something might happen. Or your health.
Yeah, I've definitely been taking my health a bit more seriously lately.
Yeah, so that might be something that you deal with in 2021 like something health related.
Mm.
I almost just fell over on stream. That would have been great content.
But yeah, I think you feel like you carry like there's some kind of heavy weight that you need to carry professionally. Whether you carry it yet or you're gonna carry it in the future, like you can kind of sense that.
It's something that's been weighing on me pretty much all my life.
Yeah. So like you feel like you have to hold up like all of society or something like that.
Yeah, along those lines.
You've definitely faced a lot of rejection in your life.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't, like things that are blocked and you just can't get them. It's just like they're just like cut off. You're like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But dealing with rejection, if you've dealt with it over a period of time, should actually make you a stronger individual, which ties in with the weight that you'll carry for society. But yeah, I definitely think you need to take your work very seriously.
Yeah.
Like if you're feeling that, that's for a reason. So I wouldn't fuck with it. I wouldn't I wouldn't avoid it is what I would say. Like try to get out of it. Either that or like your girlfriend will have that. Both of you.
Would you have any insights into the nature of that work? Because I've kind of been all over the map in terms of occupation, but in terms of like life work.
How do you feel about education, knowledge?
I've been to a couple of different colleges. I actually don't have a degree. I actually dropped out several times. And basically went to Twitter University.
What about traveling, foreigners?
Yes, very much. My family owns a travel agency, so I've been around a bit. But yeah, I'm not that used to sharing this much with a bunch of random people. So.
I told you it's like spiritual nudity.
Yeah, exactly. You guys know all my.
We know how big your spiritual dick is. Turns
By the
out
way,
it's
Lev,
small. No, I'm kidding.
Lev, did you just post? There's this artist I remember came across on Tumblr with all like the crazy Christian. Yeah. Oh my God, terrible.
I almost want to say overseas bank. I don't know why I want to say that.
Overseas bank.
Yeah, like hold on. Well, okay, so we got traveling, we got foreign stuff is definitely an element of the job. Foreign language could be part of it. Especially you know what could be like a foreign language translator for companies or business, something like that.
It's interesting.
Something that has to do with working with businesses that are like international could be a thing.
Yeah.
Especially if it involves you taking some kind of action.
So would you say my occupation has nothing to do with the arts, and that's more of a?
Oh no, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
Is that something that you're thinking about?
Yeah. I mean.
Well, so you are Libra, and you have Mars and Venus and Leo. So there's I'm saying one side I'm seeing all this artistic stuff on one side, and then on the other side I'm seeing, like I said, like international institutions and taking action on behalf of those international institutions.
And this is tropical astrology, correct?
Yeah. So like I don't know, maybe like it's your job to like travel to foreign countries and like purchase like high value art or something. So like something like that, or Like you run an art gallery overseas, or you work at a museum, an art museum, like in Paris or something.
Sounds good to me.
Like stuff that's like that, I think you would like.
Yeah. I normally identify with the Libra Virgo cusp. I don't know. I think I originally thought I was more Libra than Virgo.
Yeah, because it's a 0 Libra, right? So by the way, that's on the world axis. So that's like where it should be. Like it's in its strongest position. Because it's an initiating sign.
Mm-hmm.
Libra, right? And it's at 0, so it's in the beginning. So
it's a cardinal too, right?
Yeah. It's just what I'm saying is that's like the strongest Libra you're gonna get is a 0 degree Libra. So I say fuck Virgo. Forget about Virgo. You have Mercury in Virgo, your mind is Virgo, but like your identity is Libra. So
I kind of get the Twitter vibes from Mercury and Virgo. Does that make sense at all? Like just a lot of
But I mean you have it, but it's less important than the Libra.
Yeah.
By the way, you have a Mercury retrograde. So when people say, "Oh, it's Mercury retrograde," that's actually a good time for you, not a bad time.
Okay.
But out of curiosity, what jobs have you been thinking?
Well, actually, just accepted a construction job. Mm-hmm. I've kind of had a series of odd jobs over the years, but I've always aspired to be a musician.
Okay.
And I've always loved art in all its forms.
Have you considered something like architecture related?
Yeah, I have a lot of friends that are into architecture. One of my best friends is a landscape architect.
Yeah.
But just with the amount of schooling it takes, it's just not worth it at this point.
Mm-hmm. Well, to be honest, I don't think your Saturn has really been put under pressure yet, and it won't for a while. You're a little young, So when you have a Saturn return, it's gonna be a pretty heavy Saturn return.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're gonna have the Saturn. Yeah, it's ironic because that Saturn. I wouldn't be surprised if you decided after doing this construction thing for a bit, you were like, you know what, fuck this, I'm gonna go to school.
Really?
Yeah, but like later on, I don't know.
I'm pretty disillusioned with the whole education system.
Oh, we all are, man. We all are.
Yeah. Well, maybe I don't know. Like, I'm not saying necessarily like a university, but your Saturn's at the end of the 9th house, so the Saturn return will coincide with some form of getting a higher education, and the Saturn, the Saturn at the midheaven, well, but Saturn is delays, so there's some delays as it relates to your Saturn, which is your job because it's right on top of the midheaven, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
One thing I've noticed was my Saturn is in Aries in tropical, correct?
Yeah.
But in Vedic, it's in Pisces.
Yeah.
And I kind of more identified with the Vedic description of that in terms of my relation to art and my attraction to kind of music and I don't know, other things of that nature.
Well, let me ask you, have you thought about combining philosophy and art?
They're definitely two of my most favorite interests, but haven't really come around to.
Well, the good news is in the beginning of January 2021, I think you're going to be doing some soul searching in terms of like plumbing the depths of like, what is it that you're about? Like, I don't think you know yet.
Mm-hmm.
And you have an upcoming transit that will force you to dig through your basement.
Mm.
So when you're digging through that basement, I think that you'll get missing information about what comes next.
Is that the proverbial basement or my actual basement?
I've had people who are literally digging through their basement. But yeah, proverbial basement.
Okay.
But sometimes you might end up in an actual basement.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Murdered in the basement.
No, I don't see any violence in this chart. So
that's interesting because I've been watching a lot of UFC.
Well, I mean, when I say violence, I mean I don't see like relatively to the other things that we saw in the beginning of the stream. Like we saw some violence, but
yeah,
you got Saturn in Aries, which means so that Saturn is work and then Aries is fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So there is Aries in the chart and the South Node in Aries, but it's certainly not as like fucked up violent as some of the other charts.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is an idea that you'll learn how to assert yourself instead of just because where Saturn is, it has to do with something that you're working on. But it's a great work. It's not like a little work. So it's supposed to take like 30 years to get near it. And Aries is fighting and self-assertion. So UFC is you connected. Like the more you watch UFC, the more you'll like get ideas about what your job is.
Really?
Yeah. Not to say that your job's gonna be in the UFC. But
yeah.
Like that element of like just watching people beat the shit out of each other. Aries is warrior. I think it'd actually be a little bit inspiring in some ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I get that's the biggest reason I watch it is for inspiration.
Yeah. And maybe, I feel like I'm telling a lot of people to join the gym today, but, get in the ring with this. But I do think you need to, I think you need to live out at least the first half of 2021 for you to like get some clarity about what is missing. And yeah, because you got to dig to that basement to get the missing information. There's something deeper that you need to see. And with Saturn going to the 8th house, I don't think you'll be disappointed in terms of like, did you go deep enough? Like it'll take you there in one way or the other. And I think you might follow up after that period of your life with learning something. Not necessarily you might decide to travel. You might decide to take a lot of shrooms. Who knows what it is, but there'll be some re-education.
Yeah.
That happens like maybe like 3 years from now.
Interesting. I can tell you're very skilled at this.
What the fuck else am I gonna do?
Yeah, we could totally turn this into a thing with Michael, like build it up over time and make Michael some money, make us some money, bring some crypto millionaires in here to donate crypto to know their future.
Bitcoin to 400,000, they say. Get your Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin and gold and silver.
Yeah,
I do want to let the other person go after this, but okay.
I mean, you could ask any other question. I don't know. If
when I was looking at patterns, I noticed a grand trine.
Far. So I mentioned that makes you lucky, right? So, it makes you lucky and lazy.
Yeah. But
anyone who got a grand trine is lazy because they have like a certain talent that's there. So, by the way, you mentioned art. You have Mars and Leo involved in that grand trine. So, it probably means that you're probably pretty good at art in some kind, but maybe you're lazy about it because there's not really anything that's like getting you to. Well, it's not all lazy because you got a grand trine, but you have a sun in opposition to that Saturn. So it's what we call like a kite pattern.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah. So the Libra is provoking you, and the Libra is like desire for beauty, desire for harmony. So the desire for harmony is having you get off your ass in terms of like your artistic talent and ability.
Yeah.
Like there's something that's not peaceful, or there's something that's not well balanced in your life.
And that's the whole Libra idea of balance.
Yeah. So the desire for balance will lead you to it will push you to express your creativity rather than to be lazy about it. But it's good. It's pretty strong. It's pretty powerful grand trine with a sun in Libra. So if you say architect, like this is pretty strong. It's pretty strong for architect or any kind of artistic endeavor. But I still feel like there's some kind of foreign component to your work because of the Sagittarius on the 6th house, but and also Jupiter in there as well. So maybe it could just mean that you're incorporating foreign styles in your art or something.
Yeah. Could you tell me anything about the mystic rectangle?
Well, so mystic rectangle is they call it practical spirituality.
Mm-hmm.
So it's essentially. I mean, you have Uranus and Neptune close to each other, and then Moon is in there as well. You got Pisces on the 9th house, right? So your belief system is spiritual as well, but then you have Saturn in your grand trine, which makes it more practical. So I wouldn't think too much about the mystic rectangle. Just more that like.
What about the T square? Sorry.
No, it's okay because we don't have the I don't know where Mimi Bear 97 and her $1 donation is. I don't know where she is or he is. They did contact me on Twitter, but afterwards there's no response. So I'm not sure what's going on. So feel free, but I will try to get her in here in the next couple of minutes.
Okay, great. Let me know when she's on so I can give her
yeah, so what a T square, it's essentially pointing at your Jupiter.
Mm-hmm.
So because Saturn opposite sun, so and then the resolving square is the Jupiter. So it's basically saying that you're going to have so Jupiter square Saturn is going to be, you can't really align your ambitions and reality. Me being like your ambitions are like too big, and then reality like stepped in.
Yeah, definitely relate to that.
Yeah, and then Jupiter square Sun, it's like you had some big ideas about what you're gonna do, but like it was too big. You're like too over optimistic or whatever. But like. So it's a Jupiter in Capricorn, and by the way, Capricorn is structures and foundations. It's institutions, banks, businesses, capitalism. So it's basically saying lean on this Jupiter, which is in the 6th house, and the 6th house is going to be like your work routine or your skills. So it could be like skilled at capitalism, skilled at architecture, skilled at work ethic.
From what I've read, the point opposite of the apex. So
so it puts stress. So the apex planet is the planet that's gonna like that's the planet that you like that resolves the square, right? Because you have this thing is square, this thing is square. So there's all this pressure placed, but it's placed on the apex, which when that's resolved, it loosens the tension in the square. but it might. You could say also that when it shoots out the other side, like the opposite side.
So that would be Cancer, right?
No, because it is Cancer, but it's mostly pointing at the 12th house, and the 12th house is spirituality.
Okay.
But I think the 12th house. I wouldn't necessarily like. You can't really pin down the 12th house because it's such an ambiguous house. So under that scenario, it's probably easier to just think about the apex planet, which is more material.
Mm-hmm.
Like you might get spiritual fulfillment from your work. Like I would definitely say that.
That's the aim, yeah.
So we have. But if I said Mimi Bear is here, Mimi Bear 97, she is in the chat, or he is in the chat. Mimi Bear sounds female, but I will confirm that. I also sent a Zoom link if they can go on that as well. So anyway.
But yeah, I just want to say, my recommendation for 2021 and 2022 is soul searching.
Yeah.
And I think if you do the soul searching, effectively, I think you'll be able to answer like what it is that you're gonna do.
All right.
Great. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
So Michael, can you send me Mimi Bear's astrology chart?
Hold on, I gotta find it.
I can find. Okay, here we go. Here it is.
Oh yeah, Mimi Bear.
Yeah, 7. Yeah, okay. That's a nice name, Mimi Bear. You know what it reminds me of? You remember this cartoon back in the day, Sea Bear and Jamal? I don't know who remembers that one. Hotep Sophia, do you remember Sea Bear and Jamal? I can't hear.
I do. Actually, I do remember that show. I do remember it, actually. It's kind of... I don't remember all the details, but I definitely remember seeing it.
Yeah, it's not a bad show, I recall.
Is this male or female?
That's what I want to find out right now. Let's look at the chat. Okay, she is a girl. I can't use Zoom, but I'm here and the girl, LOL. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna
here
read for
and
her.
A girl. Wow.
Yes, so I'm gonna read for her then.
Okay.
So.
LOL.
LOL. I like that episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm where Larry David, I think he was paid to get the wife of this husband to stop saying LOL all the time. But when he confronted her about it, she got pissed.
I literally typed out LOL as you said LOL.
All right.
Well, at least you don't say LOL out loud. Like typing it is one thing, but saying it.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's gross. It's gross to me.
So yeah. So we got the Mimi Bear, also Scorpio ascendant. So...
Wait, can you send it to me?
Oh, sorry.
No problem. No, we're all getting tired in the day right now. I really appreciate Michael you sticking around here. And everybody, I don't even know what you're all doing here. I mean, you got your readings and you're sticking around. I love it. I love you guys. You guys are amazing.
I think is Mimi Bear the last one?
Yes, Mimi Bear is the last one.
So Mimi Bear. So Miss Mimi Bear. Well, she loves education, and she loves philosophy. She loves travel. She loves foreign culture, foreign people. She might even in some like what she values is having different culture, or she values either that or she values like knowledge, like education, university. She's also a Scorpio ascendant, so she's pretty survival oriented as well. Definitely the type of person to get into astrology by doing lots of investigation and a lot of digging. Moon in Libra, so emotional need for calm, emotional need for being chill, maybe smoking some weed kind of thing, or emotional need for art.
She says education is accurate.
Nice. But she could feel either maybe she's been rejected in romance a bit, like she can't like the rejection in the romance has like an oppressive effect on her feelings. It's like an exact opposition. So yeah, one of the things that she wants out of life is she wants to be able to either have romance or have fun, party, children. Interesting. Yeah, she has some intense ideas about either religion or philosophy or.
She said no weed for me, but art yes. Always rejected in romance. Sad emoji face.
Sad emoji.
Wait, fellas, we have a rejected in romance. Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I'll make a note.
Well, I have her Twitter now, so I don't know. Like, Mimi, if you want.
An art girl that's lonely.
Well, she thinks a lot. Maybe she overthinks, or she has weird thoughts, or she talks a lot. She communicates a lot. She has different thoughts, different forms of communication. Kind of eccentric in the way that she thinks or communicates. Gets sudden impulses to travel domestically. Either I just want to walk down this block, or I want to drive my car, or I'm gonna drive to a different state, something like that.
She says, I'm black, so you'll probably change your mind. Frowny face.
Well, I am also black, Italian, so
there we go.
There you go.
The Moorish blood.
by the way, I don't know. Basically, Scorpio is black. If Scorpio had a skin tone, it would be black. So the Scorpio ascendant, and she is a actual Scorpio and a Scorpio ascendant. So that makes sense.
She says, "Story of my life for real." LMAOOO.
Wait, which one was the story of her life?
I don't know. I mean, this is the problem with the chat.
Okay.
Just relaying the information here.
But yeah, she has tremendous creative drive. Maybe creative philosophically, or creative conceptually. Yeah, that's a very strong thing. So she definitely likes to be around creation for sure. She might even prefer that her job was a creative job or an expressive job. Maybe she might have had an absent father as well, or either absent or he wasn't. Either he was like working all the time or he was absent. She has a balsamic moon, so she has that feeling of kind of feeling like an old soul type person. She gets a lot of emotional. She feels secure in her groups of friends.
Martina, was that like a whole bag of weed?
I honestly wish. I don't have any weed on me, but I do have these hemp cigarettes that are like 0% THC. But
nice.
It's like green. There's like no tobacco in it.
Okay, so Weenie Bear 97 says, yes, I have really intense thoughts. I think too much. And WTF, did he say absent father? Frowny face, crying face.
Shit.
I could work with daddy issues. I don't know. I could.
Gio, you are the daddy. You are the daddy.
There you go. Yeah.
The med bull with a V.
It reminds me of that one Pantera song. I called her baby, she called me daddy.
I haven't gotten that much into Pantera. I do really like whoever came up with the idea of spelling Bo with a V, like bull. I think that's brilliant. I think that's genius. So
it's, yeah.
And she said, by the way, everything is accurate, so especially about being an old soul.
Nice.
Great.
So yeah, so either she changes her identity a lot, like she changes the way she's always either going through some kind of transformation or like a stressful transformation or changing of her identity, or like the men in her life are always changing. And changing suddenly, I would say.
And Mimi says she's following Gio on Twitter. I follow you on Twitter.
I would also say she's quite intelligent. She's pretty sharp mentally because she's got Mercury in Scorpio and it's right on the ascendant. Which by the way, Edward Snowden has Mercury on the ascendant, so those people with Mercury on the ascendant tend to be good communicators, or they're just like intellectually ahead in some way, like quick thinkers. So yeah, she's no dummy, I'll tell you that.
She's sounding like the perfect woman as you keep going on.
I also like that she retweeted somebody who goes by Sensitive Artist. I'm just looking through her Twitter right now. She retweeted one of my favorite photos from Barry Lyndon. I really love Barry Lyndon. It's one of my favorite movies.
Like looking through her tweet history now. We did a full background investigation for our people here, I guess.
Oh, by the way, that's the profile picture that Same Meme uses on Twitter. Follow very good accounts.
Wait, maybe that's exactly who she was retweeting. Let me check. Yes, Same Meme. She retweeted Same Meme. That's how I got it.
Jeez.
There we go. That's how you know.
Here's the thing. You might be investigating her, but she's not offended because she would be investigating you if the tables were turned.
Interesting.
Oh,
interesting.
Yeah.
So she says, I always change my identity because I have a female brain and absorb what I read or watch. Frowny face.
She's aware of it. Wow.
I'm not sure what the frowny face is for. Also, Wong Kar-wai superfan XOXOXO says, sounds like she wants some of that cannoli.
Oh my god.
Wow.
And she says, yes, I investigate everyone.
Yeah, she will investigate you.
The Fed who loved me.
Oh, wow. What else can I say?
Don't forget to subscribe, everybody. We got to get it up to 1,500.
Get those subscribe.
In fact, right now we are at 1,487.
So I think, I think if she gets in the relationship, like a romantic relationship, I think this is a particular chart that would value it the most. Like this chart would appreciate love very highly. But the challenge would be that she would always be changing or her partner would always be changing. So she'd be like, oh my God, I got the love. It's so amazing. I value it. But then like either she changes or like the person changes, especially if the worst would be if she changes and then she's like, oh, I value this love so much, but I'm too different now. Like I've outgrown it or something like that. So yeah, so that could happen. But I think also generally she likes, she got Taurus in the 7th house, so she could definitely appreciate a guy who's like stable, got his money going, likes good food, maybe could cook, likes animals. The guy likes dogs or something, stuff like that. Good,
Gio, do you cook?
Yes, obviously.
Do you have animals?
No question.
Do you have animals?
I'm a cat person, but yeah.
There you go. Gatta. La gatta. Have I said it correctly?
Scotto, yeah.
Scotto.
You know, by the way, Lev, I don't know if this would even be possible, but to get a large enough group, but I wouldn't mind doing some like matchmaking stuff.
Hell
know?
yeah.
Hell
Like if I had like enough,
that'd be something.
If I had enough like female charts and male charts, like enough of them, like 20 and 20 or something, like I'd be like, this person goes with this person goes with this person. That would be fun.
You know,
we could do that.
Off
Yeah,
screen, if you donate off screen, I'll just get like the top people who donate and we'll match them up. It'll be like rich people. Because look, in the future, let's face it, things are going to go downhill pretty fast. So the only people who are going to be able to take a plane, fly around somewhere are going to be like ultra rich people. So they're going to be the ones who are going to give us money. We're going to match them up. So they're going to fly from their guarded locations with private police to start a new family, make some new dynasties happen. And Wong Kar-wai superfan XOXOXO says, I was about to suggest a dating game with Geo. And Mimi Bear 97 says, I am in search of love, but I'm kinda a vol femcel because men scare me. Heart shape, long story, trauma.
Yeah, Scorpio's trauma, so I think I mentioned that before.
And Jay Will says,
she sounds like
yeah,
she needs to find a good man to someone that can guide her towards a better outcome and work through that trauma. I know that sounds like such an old school misogynistic point about, oh, you just need to find a good man. Like every problem in a woman's life, just find a good man. But no, I think well, probably...
to quote the great Janis Joplin, one good man. Don't you know I've been searching? Oh, yes, I have. One good man. Oh, it ain't much, honey. Ain't much. It's only everything.
That's great. That's
I like Janis Joplin. She looks to me like the reincarnation of Marissa Orsic. Because if you look at the photo of Maria Orsic, like the one with the long hair, they look the same. But anyway... let's see if there's anything else here. Jay Will says it'll be feds dating feds, because he thinks that all the people here are feds.
There's actually a meme of that with the gamer head yes, but it's like one fed pretending to be a woman, and the other fed is Did you see that one?
Yeah.
So yeah, you're not wrong though, Geo, because her seventh house is Taurus, and Taurus is, he's a simple man. He's a simple, good man, is ideally what a Taurus is. He's not complicated, like he's very reliable. So
Mama told me to be a simple man.
Yeah. So she would get along. She'd be completed by the simple man. So because she's the complex woman, with the Scorpio ascendant and the Mercury and Scorpio and all that stuff and all the trauma, right? So the man is like the simple man.
The glowy dating show, says Jay Wills.
Glowy dating show.
What she wants is she wants a simple man who likes to travel. Simple travel man. Or she wants simple travel man, or simple artist man, or simple university professor man.
She says, one good man is all I need, and maybe I can function like a normal adjusted woman, crying emoji.
Aww. How old is she, by the way, if you don't mind?
Well, we'll find out in 20 seconds. Oh, yeah, you could... Yeah, you could say. I mean, this is still anonymous. Like,
I think she's 22, turning 23.
Oh, good. Perfect age.
Oh my God, this is totally a dating show.
Yeah. So DM me if you want to make some arrangements here. I can then DM her your info, and we can start the process. She'll have the pick of the litter.
Yeah.
Darling, it took me until age 30 to find a decent man, and he's out of the country, so you never know.
Yeah. Saturn return. Gia, what was your sign again? I forgot.
Capricorn.
Capricorn.
Mm-hmm.
She says, yes, I feel like I'm going to hit the wall, and I cried when I turned 20. Crying.
Oh my God, stop.
Oh,
I think like that's a problem. I feel like a lot of like the memeing and the body dysmorphia and shit like that around like right wing Twitter. To me, it just like I don't know. It seems. I think like the problem is like a lot of people they start memeing themselves into like as much as we talk about how porn like memes people into a certain way of thinking, in the same sense, it's like when you start memeing yourself into an ideal of like, I need this perfect like nubile 18-year-old cottagecore GF, but then it's like, you're always gonna set yourself up for disappointment. And then the very few women that do hang around these spheres, they get very like crazy ideas of that are kind of unhealthy in a lot of ways.
Yeah, no, I agree because I mean, I would get a lot because I'm in my 30s and I would get a lot
because you get it. You get the brunt force of that.
Yeah, I get a lot of it. So I mean, I'm in my 30s and I get told like all the time that like no eggs or like I get a lot. I get a lot of attacks for not having kids yet, and it's shocking to me because I mean, growing up, I always thought it's like you don't want to be having kids out of wedlock or whatever you want to wait. I don't know, like this, and I'm just like, it hit me that I'm like in my 30s and everyone's attacking me for it, and I'm like, what the fuck? So then when I talk to people in real life, I start going, oh, I'm in my 30s, I need kids, I'm getting old, and they go, what are you talking about? Like they act like, what? Like, what world are you in? Like you're fine, like you can have kids, and I'm just like,
I mean, there is certain health risks when you get older.
Right, and I'm aware of that, and it's an obvious like thing that is like always on a girl's mind, which is why it's on her mind as well of like hitting the wall. But ultimately, like there is like I'm still in a like completely fine age range. I mean, 30s it's fine. You're still like young.
I noticed like it is the case like a lot of not to like name names, but like friends that I know, females like on this side of Twitter, or rather like in like who have like more right wing beliefs in general. I feel like a lot of them are kind of like childless later on in life, and sometimes through no fault of their own. And I think it's really interesting because as much as they want and crave for that maternal like that maternal what would you call it?
Yeah,
like
there's a longing
accomplishment in life. It's like it's almost like denied to them in some ways, and it makes them like appreciate and advocate for like pro-natal, pro-family even more, which I find like almost like you could call it almost like Ann Coulter syndrome in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, the society between this dynamic it's not just on one gender or the other that's the problem. I mean, living in New York and it's a tough city to date in general. So I mean that's why I went this long. I mean, I was living in the early 2000s in my 20s. If you could imagine around the recession, like in New York City, the height of degeneracy. I knew no other conservatives in my life other than my Croatian mom, who's like, And it's like, that was the world I'm in. And I felt like an odd person existing in this world that I didn't fit. And, I tried to date and it was just like always, it's New York City lifestyle. Like it just never worked. So like, you can't blame, either sex, like, in a whole for the whole thing. It's kind of like a whole society. Both of them kind of have to work out some issues of what's going on and why we're at where we're at. But
I think it's more obvious among like the men, but with women, I mean, in some ways I could say, not to like be a simp, but like it is true. Like if you're a woman on the right, you tend to have like a bit more baggage because it's like you're going into an environment where you're distrusted by a lot of guys because they figure you're just like a fucking e-girl, no e-girls allowed. And then you're also distrusted by the vast majority of other females and women. And it's like you're kind of like in a rock and a hard place. So I don't know. But then again, I think it's because there's been so many e-grifters, like so many like e-girls that you have this like negative picture. Like basically the Lauren Southerns of the world like ruined it for right-wing women forever because of their grifting. So I don't know, like not forever, but like you know what I mean. Not to be pessimistic. But,
No, I get it.
We also
because immediately, like when you are in like a largely predominantly male environment, the dynamic automatically changes when a woman is involved in it, right? So I don't know. It's really hard. I think like a lot of right wing movements fuck up this way by not attracting women beyond like basic programming of like, well, it's good to have a family, it's good to have kids, but it's like, why is it good? Like, is there a aesthetic and social function attached to women adopting more right-wing beliefs? You know what I mean? Like, this is the biggest problem because you're not going to get them over. I hate to say this. You're not going to win them over by just like talking and having a fucking podcast. You know what I mean? Like, it's in theory and all this stuff. So yeah, it's complicated.
Well, I would just ask them their birthday, and if they have an Aries moon, then they should be an easy sell.
Yeah, there you go.
And we have another comment from Mimi. She says, "My fear of aging has been fueled by reading The Manosphere at age 15, 16.
Oh, terrible! Terrible.
No.
You know we all. You know, Mimi. Listen to Papa Gio right now, okay? Because I'm a bit older than you, so we've all been there. But I feel that like I don't mean this in a bad way. I mean this almost in a good way. When I say that like Manosphere stuff is not meant for teenage girls, right? It's meant for the problem is like a lot of older men who've been around the block that have been jaded and embittered by the modern world. I feel like a lot of them gave a lot of bad advice to impressionable young men by projecting a lot of their own insecurities. And a lot of the advice is valid, and a lot of the observations about human nature is valid. But I feel that certainly being not involved, but like being a observer of the Manosphere, I feel there's a lot of psychic energy going on there that is not that's very pent up, and it's not very. I wouldn't even imagine what like. I mean, I know it's like fun and games, like to be like, oh, fucking women, but I wouldn't even like begin to imagine what it must be like for a young girl to read Manosphere blog. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. That's kind of
I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I think that the Manosphere stuff, like, I understood it, and like at a point, I think.
Oh, a lot of it's true. I mean,
like at a certain point, I think I was like pro them in like 2014 maybe or something. I was around a lot of feminists. I was around a lot of really shitty women. I have seen in New York, if you could imagine, like women,
God, yeah.
You know, like they really are. Even me today, I was trying to like book because I'm sick, so I had a gig tomorrow to perform, and I obviously it's New York City, I can't perform sick. Like I just had a flu. Like this is serious shit right now. So I was trying to find a replacement performer, and even dealing with that, I'm just like, holy shit, women are difficult. You know, because like if it were me, you know, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this bitch? She's asking for more money, you know, oh, they want this, they want that. I'm like, what the fuck, bitch? Like, you know, and it's like, I know how difficult women can be and how like fucking it's all about them, and they push for more. They can be like selfish. I'm not particularly, I don't think like that. I think I'm actually a pushover. I'm very passive. So this Mimi, whatever, sounds really sweet, and I think she's really trying to be the best woman she can be. Hence reading Manosphere stuff or whatever. But you have to remember,
I think like a young girl, like not a girl, like teenager, whatever. That's trying to like understand the young male perspective. That is like a cut above, like I would say 90% of millennial and Zoomer women. I hate to say it.
She
I hate
says
to be a bastard about it.
That's what I get for going clickety clack on the internet.
Yeah.
Crying.
But at the same time, I feel like you can't. The thing is, when you're dealing with a lot of men who, like, and I guess I'm in this boat as well, that who have been lonely for a very long time. Don't get caught in like a mind warp or a trap where it embitters you to men in general. I feel like you just have to have a lot of discretion, because a lot of these dudes have a lot of pent up anger and bitterness and aggression. And I too have anger and bitterness and aggression, but you know what I mean? Like, just don't get don't subject yourself to tulpas of other people's minds, right?
Yeah.
And
discernment is good on both sides, but I think probably what Gio shared his article about like e-mentors or whatever would probably be really good for her, because it's good to have discernment with who you're really kind of where you're going, because I felt like the internet was super poison for a while until like 6 months ago. I found kind of like a crew of people that get it. They're right wing, but they're not like, oh, women are all evil, terrible. Like, why don't you have kids? Or like, you know what I mean? They're actually like pretty cool, and like even guys
damaged.
Yeah. So like, and I'm kind of like, oh wow, I found my like crew. So I don't know. I'm excited to read your thing. I think it would benefit the girl too. But yeah, discernment.
Wait, I want to make a.
Can you send the article in the chat, Gio, and then I'm gonna put it on the BTR chat.
Yeah, I did send it in the chat.
It's at the top.
To the very top, yeah.
I think. Yeah.
I'm not sure I could see the very top. I think it limits the amount of people that.
Let me send.
All right, because I'm gonna put that in for everybody, and I am very happy that we have 20 people watching this still right now. I really appreciate it. And Aman Sadhu says, Jekyll is it Jekyling? Jelking. Jelking is safe, but warm up first. So for those who don't know what jelking is, it's supposed to be like stretching your penis out in order to make it bigger.
Oh my!
What the fuck?
Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's like you have to do it for hours and hours to get results.
It's probably like waist cinching for men.
Yeah,
is it similar to like foreskin regrowth, like for the guys who had their foreskin snipped off, like
yeah, it's
stretch
like,
it and
you have to do these like, I think that's where goon caving came from as well as jelking.
So wait, so I guess I'm gonna make my parting comments, right? Well,
yes, go for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just make a couple more comments and then I'm gonna go. So in regards to Mimi Bear, I can actually see some of the stuff that's in her chart right now that is, not good. Like that she's going through some tough time with romance and love, and maybe she's coming to like some kind of you could say like turning the corner in her life at the same time. So the other thing is she has her progressed sun, which by the way only changes once every 30 years, is changing to Sagittarius next year, August 2021. So essentially that means that for a very long time after that, her life will continue to get lighter and more optimistic. So like the Scorpio phase of her life will kind of go less, and then the Sagittarius, which is more like upbeat and positive, will start to pick up in August 2021. So like, so yeah, so I think that she'll start to move away from some of the things that are giving all the sad face. Like I could see the sad face stuff now, but it's kind of like in this last stage of sad faceness. The other thing I was going to say is, so Gio is a Capricorn, which by the way is a sign of father figure. Very fatherly individual. Mimi Bear has the sign of not having a father. Just throwing it out there.
There you go.
Yeah. So I don't know. Maybe she. I think she legitimately, like objectively speaking, I think that she does want a guy that is, like is more reliable, more consistent, more like, maybe more mature. I might say that. So I don't know, just throwing it out there.
Oh, by the way, Gio, my apologies. When you said chat, I thought you were talking about the YouTube chat for some stupid reason.
Oh, yeah. No,
here we go. Here is the article. Gio Penichetti, to be open is to be, on e-mentors and a partial e-survival guide.
I think that sounds great for Mimi, honestly.
Yeah.
Read it, embrace it, love it.
And by the way, Capricorn is a sign of aging. So basically, because Capricorn rules time, so basically Capricorn gets better with time. So they're like experts at being like 60 or something. If someone has a lot of Capricorn, basically their life gets better as they age, not worse.
I think of in professions where you only get better if you're older, like art, writing, philosophy. Like that's you have to be like fucking 60 years old to like
to be both an
architecture.
artist and a philosopher. Who do we have? We had Evola. We had Red Dragon. What's you know who I'm talking about?
William Blake.
William Blake. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Fritjof Schuon. Who else was a painter?
Yeah, I mean they're.
Nicholas Roerich, my favorite.
Nicholas
so there
Roerich.
you go.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Excellent. All right, so.
Martina, you know Roerich?
Like
the painter philosopher?
I think that I saw something recently on YouTube about that. I don't know if it's the same thing that you're talking about, but the name sounds really funny.
He was a mystic painter from Mother Russia, and it's funny, Lev. Like when this whole COVID shit is over, I'd love to. I think he lived in New York for the last part of his life, and he. There's actually the Roerich Museum in New York. Maybe we could both go to.
Yeah, 70th Street.
Awesome.
Yeah, you speak native Russian, so you could probably help me if I ever wanted to write something.
That's probably why.
By the way, for reference, so I have a Capricorn ascendant, and basically, according to my astrology, my life doesn't really start until I'm like 40.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I feel the same. We're late bloom. I was late bloomer for everything in my life.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah,
like
and I mean
school. Yeah.
Oh, that's how you spell it. I was looking up the spelling. Okay, yeah. No, I think that's not what I was thinking, but okay. Cool. I want to look that up, especially if
look up
in New York. But no, that's what I was gonna say to Mimi too. Is that just like, you know. I know they talk about a wall, but like there is no wall. Like, I mean, we need to respect elders in our community too. That's pretty trad, don't you think? You know, and it's like you respect.
For having kids, there is a wall. Don't get me wrong.
No, with having kids, there is. But she's like, you know, and I think,
but in terms of like,
I think they have
of women. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they have a distorted perspective of like, okay, after a woman's 25, it's like discarded.
Get rid of. Yeah.
And it's like, no, I mean, we value mothers, we value grandmothers, we value. I mean, women have things to offer throughout, you know, their course of the lifetime, the nurturing, like, you know, taking care of, you know, your spouse when you get old. I mean, there's a purpose for women at every age, and just embrace the age you're in now.
I feel that the problem though, Martina, I feel is with older childless women, there's the crone archetype, and there's a very productive aspect of the crone, which is the sort of the wisdom teacher, the grandmother of the children in a community, even though she herself doesn't have grandkids.
Yeah.
And she can become like the elder woman. But the problem is that a lot of subversive revolutionary spirit energy has come from particularly older childless women through the crone archetype, through the shadow aspect of it. So I feel that a lot of like people on the right, they're very fearful of what we're seeing now in society. And Martina, I don't know if you... did you read my long form 3-part article on that not recent, this was like in the beginning of the year, this gallery show in New York called Abortion is Normal? Did you read that from me?
No.
I'll send it to you. I'll DM you it.
Yeah, please do. I love your content. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll love this one because it goes into art history. It's very heavily indebted to Camille Paglia. But basically what I see is a return of what Jung and Eric Neumann called the terrible mother in society, the terrible mother archetype that eats her children. And Peterson talks about this in Maps of Meaning before he went totally schizo. So if you look at that, I feel that a lot of this sort of energy is present in society. And this is why a lot of right-wing men are sort of like fighting
rejecting that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, fighting the feminine in all fronts. Because society is so heavily gynocentric, in my opinion. I feel that the counter reaction is to like totally reject the feminine. No e-girls allowed. And that's wrong because you have to integrate.
You need the balance. Like I said, the alchemical marriage, the yin and yang. It's important. That duality is important. But I mean, there is something that I was upset with feminism about too, because, you know, back in the day, it sounded similar to what you're saying of the concept of like these childless women, feminists, that they go out and they're still women. you know, and they have to put that energy into something. And since they don't have children at home, they start putting it on society, you know? And so now they start becoming the mother of society. Oh, this is bad, guys. Oh, we should fight for this. And it's like, dude, do that in your home.
Martina,
you know, like,
would you be interested in, would you like to join us for a stream where we're going to get some career women in there? And
oh boy.
I think that would be a very interesting stream to do.
All right, Lev.
And I just do want to say, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you if you're trying to leave, Michael.
Oh, yeah, I'm very tired, so.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Michael, bye-bye.
Yes.
Thank you very much for coming. This was amazing.
Thanks,
I really appreciate all your knowledge and wisdom. And where can people find you if they want a reading from the great Michael Scotto?
Let me just put my email. So just scottomj@gmail.com. Just send me an email.
I will put it in the chat.
Yeah, scottomj@gmail.com.
Here we go, everybody. And also,
for all your astrology needs.
And also, don't forget to subscribe, because I see some new faces here, some new people. If you guys are new, I don't know if you're coming from Martina or where you're coming from, but you see how good of a content we can do here with the people, with the person we're talking about not even being present. Mimi wasn't even here in the Zoom. She was in the chat. I was speaking for her. And yet it was still good content, really good content. So subscribe. And also, don't forget to go to patreon.com/breaktherules, $20 patron, limited time deal. Get a beautiful print from the great man, Gio Panicciati himself. So, and there's going to be a lot more interesting stuff going on with Patreon. I just mailed a bunch,
by the way, today. So.
Nice.
There you go. You're going to get it soon.
Excellent.
All right, later, guys.
Later. Take care, Michael.
All right,
always a pleasure.
Oh, by the way, Mimi shows her Twitter handle. It is Natural Delicia. So here it is in the chat as well. For anybody who wants to follow Mimi on Twitter, now is your chance. Here we go, Natural Delicia. But in all seriousness, though, I do really want to do a meme that is I really want to do a stream that's going to be about women, because I know we had one woman stream. That one was very extreme. Like, that one was, we had Verse Luna on. He was a lot of fun. But we definitely should do another one coming up soon. And I want to get, like, some TERFs in there. I want to get all kinds of people in there. I think that'll be good.
I do want to say, just to put it out there, because apparently I heard that, you know, the right-wing Twitter that harassed me say that I don't want children and therefore I'm a bad woman. Yeah, that's not true. Since I was like a child, like under 10 years old, I love kids, always had baby dolls in my hand, like love them. I raised my 5 siblings. That's probably why I haven't had kids for so long, because I like raised 5 kids when I was so young, you know, since I was like 12 years younger than that. And so like, that's not true. I love kids. I'm very maternal. I'm a great aunt. I can't wait to have kids. It's something that I truly dearly want. And so it's very hurtful when people say stuff like that. That's it.
Excellent. Well, also, would you be interested in actually, I could say I'll ask this off stream. I just have some ideas going in my head. The gears are turning. But anyway, guys, on Friday we're having another free for all Friday. Please stay tuned for that. And then next week, here are some of the streaming ideas that we have coming up, and I have to schedule them based on basically like when people are going to be available for them. So this is what I'm working on right now. We have the following ahead for you guys. So we have Goon Caves. I'm still working on Goon Caves. I have to find the right amount of Gooners for this. We have a furry we have a furry stream coming up. Let's see how many people said yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I have 5 furries, but I still need to get the main guy for the furry stream who wrote the book about furries. He has not responded to me.
Dude, I went down a YouTube rabbit hole looking at this thing about furries. Who's that? Some like Fox guy that did some like weird animal shit.
Oh God, you're talking about Kiro the fox and
dude, I went on some YouTube rabbit hole. Anyway, continue. Go ahead.
No, the Zoo Crew. It's it's serious stuff.
Fucking Zoo Crew.
Yeah. Okay, that almost sounds like I would love for somebody to make like a Saturday morning series like that. Kiro the Wolf and the Zoo Crew. It's like He-Man and the Masters of the Universe.
It'll be like that one animated show with the talking animals. with the fox, and it was like Adult Swim level stuff. What was it called?
I don't remember right now.
Yeah, I forget. I gotta
also,
look it up.
Jay Wills asks, Chris Chan stream when? We just have to get the people. I want Christine Chan to be on the Chris Chan stream. I want to.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
That'd be
So
great.
I'm working on that. What else we have? We have okay. Here are some ideas. So we want to do a stream about memes coming up. We want to do a stream. Let's see, about Hermeticism, the welfare state, the left-hand path, where I'm gonna get actual Satanists in, not this atheist Satanist stuff. Okay. I want to get
For the Hermeticist stream. You better invite my friend, my boy, the modern Hermeticist.
The modern Hermeticist. I have
Yeah,
not
on
seen
Twitter.
him yet. Let me put
Yeah.
that in.
Well, he was in her chat on the Satanist stream. So.
Well, please
yeah.
send me his info. I would definitely love.
I'll
to
send you his
have
at.
him
Yeah,
on.
he's got books. He's an academic. He's a YouTuber, very prolific YouTuber. So I'll send you his stuff.
Excellent. The New Intelligentsia. This is the stream that I want to do with this writer from the New Yorker and Alexander Bard and yourself and Logo Daedalus. So I just have to reach out to this New Yorker writer again and make this a reality. Preserving Western civilization, journalism, e-girls, Second Amendment. Let's see what I have on the second sheet over here. Twin Peaks, the future of porn, the future of education, the Sonic the Hedgehog stream, mind and body health, land cultivation, urban to rural life, ancient civilizations, philosophy stream Plato, philosophy stream Aristotle, philosophy stream Deleuze, philosophy stream Heidegger, mystery cults, Kabbalah, Christian mysticism, breakaway civilization, elite theory, and last but not least, cuckolding. So we are going to get into all these subjects and more. We are always looking for new subjects to talk about. And before I go, one final shout out. Aman Sadhu, Bruce Bogtrotter, Arsenius Capellanus. Please subscribe if you have not. S's. Jay Wells, the great Jay Wells, back with us. Mimi Bear 97, thank you so much for donating, and this was a great chart to read. Trudy Burks, who asked who is Mimi Bear, and then he says, oh, okay. Let's see. Buff, as always, the great Buff here with us. I think this is about it. I'm looking up here. Oh, of course, Wong Carwy, Superfan XOXOXO. And Surus Loft. I've never seen Surus Loft before. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. And this looks like... Oh, Protocol Salts. Protocol Salts, welcome. And Marina Mercado is also in the chat. And that is about it that I could see. Alright, anyway, guys. Still 22 people right now. This is excellent. Don't forget to subscribe. I love you all. This is an incredible stream. We're going to do a lot more of these coming up. And thank you so much, Gio. Thank you so much, Martina. I really appreciate this. Take care. Have a good night, everybody.